Good afternoon. We welcome you here to York County Council. This is our September 3rd, 2024 meeting. Our first order of business is invocation and pledge of allegiance. I'll recognize the Honorable Allison Love from District 2.
Please stand. Let us pray. Dear Lord, we come to you asking for your guidance in helping us make the best decisions on behalf of residents in York County. We thank you for your daily reminders of your love. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our first item on the agenda tonight is oath of office for newly appointed board and commission members. If Jeffrey Ellison with the Catawba Mental Health Board is here, if you would please make your way to the front. Mr. Ellison. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and move on, and maybe he'll join us later. We do not have any appearances tonight. We do have a public forum session. Council has adopted in its process an opportunity for individuals to come and speak to the council. It's 15 slots, so first come, first serve, and what we do is allow for 2 minutes for you to share anything that's related to county business. A couple of things: make sure that your comments are related to county issues, no personal attacks or because we can't respond to you. This is our time to listen to the community. I will tell you, we do have several public hearings tonight. If you are here to speak on a public hearing item, you can choose to speak now, but if you wait until the public hearing, I won't have to cut you off because you'll be able to speak without limitation. So if you want to do that, if you'll let me know when I call your name. When you come forward, if you'll please state your name and give your address before you start speaking, and if you'll kindly pay attention to the screen in front of you, it will go to a yellow before it goes to red, and when it goes to red is when I have to cut you off. First individual is Sarah Levins.
Got here a little earlier, so I didn't have to go first. My name is Sarah Levins. I reside at 660 Sunset Point Drive in Rock Hill. I've stood before you on a number of occasions petitioning support for mandatory spay-neuter of animals residing in our county. While your support has been crucial in tightening animal welfare laws, which has then in turn ensured a better quality of life for our animals, it has done very little in terms of population control. During a recent conversation with our shelter director, I asked her for suggestions on ways to combat the many challenges that we are facing in our shelter. She shared that if strays coming into the shelter could be altered prior to returning to their owners, this would put a significant dent in the shelter's overall intake numbers for a few simple reasons. First, an unaltered or an altered animal is far less likely to roam, as they no longer possess the instinct to seek out other unaltered animals. Second, these altered animals would then be unable to produce unwanted litters, many who will inevitably end up in animal control's possession. We are hoping to gain your support for a revision of our current ordinances that would allow for the spay-neuter of animals who are found running at large. We can all agree that these animals often fall under the nuisance animal category, and it is a fact that these animals are the largest contributing factor to our overcrowded shelter. Unaltered animals are the first to wander from home and the most likely to become pregnant or to impregnate others, creating litters who are deemed unwanted by the general public. Considering that these animals are not always friendly, they can also pose a threat to the safety of York County residents. In turn, these animals create a giant mess for all responsible community members, many of those who own animals and others who do not. We are asking for your support in adopting spay-neuter restrictions for animals who are seized by animal control for running at large. This will be instrumental in reducing the number of animals filtered through our shelters and will ultimately make our community safer.
Thank you, ma'am. Mark Bixley, 6B, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, Mark Sixby. I reside at 1267 Quiet Acre Circle in Rock Hill. I'm also here to talk about the animal overpopulation crisis in York County. I'm sure you've heard the numbers. One female dog can produce as many as 100 puppies over her lifespan, and a female cat can produce 250 kittens. York County shelter intake from the end of second quarter 23 to the end of second quarter 24 has grown by 32%. This is an unsustainable rate for the shelters and the rescues to handle. From these numbers, as mentioned before, 85% of all dogs and 90% of all cats come into the shelter are not spayed or neutered. These are only the number of animals that are accepted. There's many that are turned away. In fact, by the end of second quarter this year, we had 974 animals accepted at the shelter. When someone has a litter of puppies or kittens that they can't find homes for, they ask for help from the shelter. When the shelters say they're full, they go to the rescues. Many times rescues, we say we're full as well because obviously we can't handle that many number of animals. So in these situations, unfortunately, a lot of these animals find themselves on the street or in a box on a road somewhere in York County. So despite our best efforts of offering even free spay and neuter clinics, many residents don't take us up on that. So this leads to animals being born into unfavorable conditions, and many die of horrible diseases like parvo. So I also support a spay and neuter program here in York County. This would definitely help us reduce these number of animals, and would also have an enforceable requirement in the county that would help us curb the population issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Allison Miller.
Thank you. My name is Allison Miller. I've lived in the county for 28 years. I live at 1687 Nussel Down Court in Rock Hill. I've been involved in a number of community activities, but for the last 11 years, my family and I have been involved in supporting the community by volunteering as fosters for a local rescue. And I wanted to share with you just sort of a personal perspective on what we're dealing with here. You've heard the numbers, you've heard what the issues are with all the stray animals, the overpopulation crisis. And all of these people here do a yeoman's work to make it look good, to make it look like there isn't as much of a problem as there is. But once you really open your eyes and look, you'll see the problem is immense. And my eyes were really opened up in the last year or so. For 10 years, we volunteered for rescue. In that time, we fostered 107, we were looking at the numbers, 107 dogs and puppies. And they all got on their way to their families, their beloved families. Last June, we were notified, because of our involvement in rescue, that there was a kitten, stray kitten in the neighborhood. And my daughter and I looked at each other and said, there's no stray kitten. That's a dumped animal. So we saved that one and the next one until we'd saved 9 in our community. And as the word got out that we were able to get these animals and try to get them vet care and all of this, we've now, my daughter especially, but I've helped her over the last, well, since last June 2023, we're up to 207 cats and kittens. There's no rescue support for this. There's thankfully spay neuter, thanks to some of these people here who organized that. But other than that, all of the vet care, everything else is out of pocket. And we're on our knees. I mean, there's nowhere to go. There's no intake, as you've heard. My house has been full of cats and kittens that we're just waiting to get them on transporter into a rescue. We're paying, I've spent thousands of dollars out of pocket, and I know that's a tiny fraction. Oops, I'm out of time. I implore you to consider putting together a policy, a program to address this terrible problem that we have in our community.
Thank you, ma'am. Adele Schultz.
I'm Adele, but I'm here to try to rezone.
If you would, you can speak now if you want to be heard, or you can wait until the public hearing and speak then if you want to.
Yeah, I think I'll wait till the
Okay.
right time.
All right, that's
Okay.
fine. Nancy Wilson.
Hello, I'm Nancy Wilson. I've been a resident for a year and a half, part-time, and 2155 Sandlapper Drive. That is the very end of Concord Road, you know, and the very end of Sandlapper. And I'm just wanted to make sure that you heard my concern over the development of the roads in all of the Concord area, except for maybe the one subdivision, Concord Shores. So basically, I have a fat tire bike and I drive all around the areas that people, in an e-bike, so I can ride on those punny roads back there. So I'm pretty familiar with all of them. And then I started looking at Zillow and looking at the different land, the way that the roads go, and there's pretty much no cul-de-sac in any of that area that's actually been developed. And so I worry that if, I think that probably the 5 acres sounds like a great idea, but I worry that you're putting the cart before the horse. There won't be availability for school buses and other things like emergency squads, and then you'll have developers coming down and not being able to turn around because almost all of the cul-de-sacs are not there, or they're there partially, or they're infringed on. So for example, and if anybody's interested in taking a drive down Sandlapper, I have actually made a video, just a quick 2-minute video. So if you really want to see and you don't have time, I'd be happy to text you a video of it. But basically, it goes from nice to smaller to, oh my God, there's erosion on both sides of the road. And then here is supposed to be the cul-de-sac, and there's actually a couple of people infringing on the cul-de-sac, and have been, and have about half of the cul-de-sac has private things on it. And then there's my private drive. I have a private drive which is 4 houses, and I'm one of them. And I'm the most infringed on by my neighbors because there's no rule in that little private drive. Well, I tried to find out who owns this private drive,
Thank you,
who
ma'am.
owns it, and nobody can tell me who owns it except now I find out it's Duke Power. So I
Thank you,
just
ma'am.
feel like we've got a lot to do on that area.
If
And
there's
I-
any additional information
Thank
that you'd
you.
like to share with council, you can give that to our
I'd
clerk.
be happy to text you that video.
Um,
Thank you, appreciate it.
I'm not sure I think it's something with an A, Hill. Arnell, Arned, Arnold? Last name Hill. It's about a rezoning, it looks like. Live on Joe Dis Boulevard, 1097. Is that ringing a bell? That's the best I can do. All right, well, that concludes our public hearing. If the individual who wanted to speak there couldn't figure that one out, we'll figure out how to work you in. We move now to our consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion?
Yes, one item, please. Number 9, question for staff. So we only had one contractor bid on this HVAC system, which was $2.3 million. My question is,
I think the appropriate thing, what we need to do, Watts, is if you want to have any questions or comments, we need to pull it out. Pull it out of the consent agenda.
yeah, it's just a question. I don't really want to pull it out. You want to do that? That's fine. Yeah. Okay, it's good.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We move now to our first public hearing item tonight, which council is found on the bottom of page 14 of the council packet. Rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 24-35, tax map number 624-0000-186, to rezone from UD to RMX 10.32 acres in District 4. Mr. Wano?
Yes, this request is on Archer Drive in the Archer Heights subdivision. This is in a large donut hole inside the municipal limits of Rock Hill. The parcel's about 1/3 of an acre, and the request is to go to RMX 10. So the Archer Heights subdivision, of which this is a part, dates back to the 1940s. So many of these lots are very, very small, and many of them remain vacant today. This property was originally zoned UD, which is a legacy district that no longer allows residential. So in order for the property owner to move forward with placing a single-family home here, they need to rezone to a new district. And the proposed RMX 10 district allows for that dwelling and complies with lot size. Staff recommends approval of the request. It is consistent with the comp plan and the future land use map. Its proposed residential use is consistent with the existing neighborhood, and it removes another parcel from the legacy UD district. By a 6-0 vote, Planning Commission likewise recommends approval.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for staff before we open public hearing? Well, we don't, the questions are from council. We'll open up the public hearing if you want to speak in just a second. Any questions for staff?
Yeah, I do have one quick question, Jonathan. So out of these lots here, how many existing homes are there on this property?
I don't have that information for you for the subdivision or the lot. Were you
Yeah, the subdivision. It looks like some are marked in yellow, some, I didn't know if that meant those are existing homes in there or,
No, those are the zoning districts. So
okay,
as part of the countywide UD rezoning project a few years ago, in which the county offered folks to come in and select a new district to transition to a residential district wholesale, in which they would come in batches. A lot of the folks there in yellow chose RSF 30 at that time when that project was underway. So that's the goldish color there.
so there are, based on, I think, the picture you showed before, it looks like there are some existing homes.
There are some, there are very few. I can get you
Okay.
the full build-out that's existing today if you'd like. My guess is it's maybe a quarter of the lots are occupied, if that.
Gotcha. Okay, all right. Just because of what we're looking to make a decision on, I just want to make sure that there is some existing homes in there. And again, I think we look forward to their feedback. So thanks. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? All right, is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this rezoning request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor? If you, just please come forward if you have a question.
I'm not sure if I'm speaking again.
Yeah.
I just got it in the mail and I bought this property, it's like almost 2 acres about 2 years ago, so I'm not sure what exactly are y'all doing, trying to do out there? Are you trying to change it from being the urban just to be able to put properties out there? Or
So-
that's what I'm not understanding.
According to the application, and so this isn't your property, you're a nearby property owner?
No, I have 2 acres.
Okay.
Lots.
As I understand the request that has been recommended is that this particular lot itself, they are requesting to put a single-family home on the property. And according to the application, it said that it was a single-family home. That's what they're requesting.
Okay. I don't have nothing to do with
If
nobody
you-
else's property as long as it's not,
If you want to speak to our clerk, she's at the end of the,
okay.
at the end, she can give you the number to planning staff, and you can ask as many questions as you want. Sure. Is there anyone who wishes to speak regarding this?
Motion to close?
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? I do know that Mr. Roddy's not here today, and he typically allows first reading, and so certainly support this. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move now to public hearing item number 2, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 24-36, tax map number 75200000016 and 097 to rezone from RMX 20 to RUD, 2 parcels that total 24.48 acres in District 5. Mr. Bueno?
Yeah, so this application is off of Walker Road. It does have those 2 parcels that total just about 24.5 acres. They're outlined in red there. There's a smaller parcel up on the front and a larger parcel behind. Here it is zoomed in a little bit closer. The applicant is proposing to utilize this property for agricultural purposes, and in order to do that, they need to request a district that allows agricultural uses, so they have requested RUD. Staff recommends approval. It is consistent with the comp plan and the future land use map. If you look at the map on the right, you see that minty green color. That's the rural residential future land use designation, so RUD certainly aligns with that designation. Now, the zoning is a little bit inconsistent because you can see there on the left map that the surrounding property and the subject property is zoned RMX 20. However, there is RUD directly across the road on Walker Road, and just a little bit, one parcel removed to the east, there's a significant portion of RUD as well. So staff recommends approval, and by a vote of 6-0, Planning Commission likewise recommends approval.
Any questions for staff before we open the public hearing? I would say, so you guys determine it to be, did you say it's inconsistent with the plan because it's less density than RMX 20? I just wanted to
No,
understand
it is consistent with the comp plan. It is inconsistent with the adjoining district of RMX 20.
But it's consistent with,
It is
I just wanted to make sure I
Yeah.
heard that right.
Yep.
Okay. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
No motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? This is one that's in my district, and the gentleman did call me. He had to take care of his 93-year-old mother, and I certainly support, what I consider to be a downzoning. This is less density than they would be allowed to do by right, so I do support this. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move now to public hearing item number 3, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 24-38, tax map number 19100000018, to rezone from AGC to RUT, a 4.939 acre parcel in District 3. Mr. Bueno.
Yes, so the applicant is requesting this property on Broadhurst Lane to be rezoned to RUD. They are just shy of 5 acres for this one parcel. Here is a plat of what that parcel looks like and a sketch of what the applicant proposes to do for a split of the lot. They would like to subdivide off 1 acre there in order to locate 1 new single-family home. Staff recommends approval of the request. It is not consistent with the comp plan and future land use map. You can see on the right there is the darker jungle green that represents agriculture, future land use designation. That's the entirety of the vicinity. However, this parcel is not currently used for farming, and it does adjoin other property that is in the RUD district already. And there are several parcels, including this one on Broadhurst Lane, that are non-conforming in lot size for AGC. So this was a suitable fit for RUD, even though the comp plan does not recommend anything other than AGC. And by a 6-0 vote, Planning Commission also recommends approval.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for staff before we open public hearing? Hearing none, is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this rezoning request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
I'm sorry, I'm new to this and I don't really understand
No
it
worries.
all. I spoke with a gentleman who was very kind and explained a lot to me on the phone today. The reason that we're
If you
doing.
would please just state your name and address right quick.
Sure, it's Adele Schultz and it's 3265 Broadhurst Lane, so that's just incorrect. I think it's flipped around to 3625, but I don't know if that matters or not, but on the screen it was incorrect. Anyway, that being said, the only thing I really have to tell anybody is that we're really keeping it with family, and I'm just trying to put my sister in a home close to us. That's what our plan is, long-term. So hopefully in a year, we can put another little house on there and then have her and her children right near us where we can oversee them like we do now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Anyone else wish to speak on this zoning matter?
Motion to close?
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I reached out and spoke to the lady, so I understand the situation, and I'm planning on, basically, since it was so close to RUD, but I want a deed restriction put on it so the larger parcel can't be subdivided anymore.
So is your motion to approve with the condition of a
Yeah.
deed restriction? Okay,
Yeah.
would you like to amend your motion to include that?
Motion to approve with deed restriction.
Second.
And again, that's for no further subdivision on the parcel?
Right.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move now to item number 4. Rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 24-39, tax map number 478-000076, to rezone from RSF 30 to OI, .38 acres in District 2. Mr. Bueno?
Yes, so this application is on Oak Ridge Road. The parcel that's subject to the rezoning application is just over 1/3 of an acre. So the application is related to a code enforcement case in January of this year. They called for an insulation inspection on a residential addition to the residence that was there. And the inspector noticed it was being used as a commercial office. Commercial offices are not an allowed use in RSF 30. So code enforcement followed up and also observed that the rear parcel under the same ownership is being used as a construction services operation, which is not allowed in RSF 30 either. The applicant has indicated to code enforcement to date that that rear parcel will be cleared of those unpermitted operations, and that is why that parcel is not being included in the rezoning request. The site remains largely in the same state that it was in January of this year. So the applicant proposes to rezone the subject parcel to OI in order to upfit the existing residence to a commercial office to continue the in-office operations of Carolina Civil. So here's kind of a sketch of what the applicant intends to do, have that gravel parking area on the front, and have a shared entrance, and have a commercial upfit interior to the building. Staff recommends denial of the request. It is not consistent with the comp plan and future land use map. If you look on the right, you see that rural residential designation again, and certainly an office does not match that designation. It might be appropriate if you had an area that was improved already with some offices or some retail, or was located on a major road, intersection of a major road. That is not the case here. The proposed OI district conflicts with those low-density rural residential parcels that are surrounding it. Some of the zoning designations include RSF 30, which is the current zoning for this parcel, and many others. There's some RUD and RUD1 in the vicinity as well. And this may be considered spot zoning. So by a vote of 6-0, Planning Commission also recommends denial.
Any questions for staff? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this rezoning request? Could please just state your name and give your address, please?
My name is Diane Davis, and I live at 6236 Oak Ridge Road. And our property is right across the road from that, and it was bought 15, 16 years ago. Built a home and lived there in a rural area, and so this business has kind of disrupted that rural quietness to get away from the city with all the trucks and everything. And I understand now that those are going to be gone, but it's still against the business in this rural area.
And I'm the next door neighbor, right up from next door. And
Can you please state your name and give your address?
ma'am, I didn't,
Can you please state your name
Richard Davis,
and your address?
6236
Okay.
Oak Ridge Road.
Thank you.
I don't like what's going on over there, but I'm sure they're going to get to the bottom of it. But can't see too good. I didn't wear my glasses. But no, it's it's not right. The plumbing depth is not right, and it's there. All right, I got dementia. I had to hesitate a little bit. But,
I think we understand you oppose this.
well, he's tried the OD, Mike the other guy. Oh, I'm sorry, everyone.
You're fine to speak. Believe me, and I know what it's like not to have your glasses. I might as well be blind without them. So we're happy to hear what you have to say. I understand you oppose this, this use.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against this request? If you'll please just come forward one after another. You don't need to wait for me. Just please make sure to give your name and address.
My name is George Seek, and I live one parcel over from this proposed rezoning, and I am opposed to it. I'm tired of listening to dump trucks, dump loads, tailgates banging, backup beepers on equipment being loaded and unloaded. So, again, I'm opposed
Thank you,
to
sir.
it.
I'm Will Campbell. I live at 6288 Oak Ridge Road, right around the corner from the property. I am opposed and have reached out to numerous neighbors who have emailed opposed also. I have not spoken to anybody that's in favor of this. We do not need another construction company on Oak Ridge.
Thank you, sir.
Joseph Harrison, 6225 Oak Ridge Road. I think I live closest to the property where the business is. It's not only the noise, but it's the parking. And my family's been there for years and years. And I did not expect to have a parking lot next door. I also did not expect 4 o'clock in the morning, beeping dump trucks, dumping Jake brakes coming down the highway. All things, it's just more than I expected in 50 years to see it. And so I'm opposed to the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Chris Weaver. I live at 6178 Oak Ridge Road. I live directly across the street from the property in question. And it's exactly like they say. You hear machines, trucks, Jake brakes, slamming of doors, big steel doors constantly. Their trucks are tearing up our roads. We have to keep getting the city out there to repair them. I know we have through traffic, but this is ridiculous at this point. But I'm opposed. So,
Thank you, sir.
Name is Lawrence Ryan. That's my grandfather's farm for 80 years. I own the property next door there, and I'm opposed to it. My grandfather would not believe what is going on his property. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of this request?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Move to deny.
Second.
Motion and a second to deny. Any discussion?
Sure. So this is obviously in District 2, and this Oak Ridge Road is like Jonathan has said, this is a very residential area, and even this property was meant to be residential. It has just kind of been transformed into something that was unexpected, is unexpected, and it's more probably of a nuisance now than a benefit. So I just, I would like to deny this on first reading.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries, and the motion to approve is denied. We move now to old business, rezoning action, consider second reading, case number 24-32, tax map number 5810000 00054 through 062 through 064. Actually, I don't think those are throughs, just 62, 64, 65, 70, 71, and 583, 00, 00, 071, and 72, to rezone from RMX 10 to RUD, 15 parcels totaling 215.29 acres in District 2.
Again, motion to approve with the condition of a deed-restricted 5-acre minimum lot size. And I understand the developer is working on that.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? The deed restriction, as I understand it, is anticipated prior to third reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Item number 2, in old business, rezoning action, consider second reading, 24-34, tax map number 72000000007, 008, and 260, to rezone from RSF 40 to OI, 3 parcels that total 6.5 acres in District 1.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just want to say on this property here, it's a welcome thing for our area because we are lacking in a lot of services. There's going to be a daycare on this location. It's going to be doctor's offices here, and it's going to bring in needed tax revenue into the area. I think it's a great opportunity for the people for services in the area. So again, excited to have it in.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 5-1. We move now to our only item of new business, and that is council to consider the adoption of the York County Strategic Plan. If what we can do in order to get into discussion is to move to approve and have a second so that we can discuss, saying that.
Motion to, go ahead.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve in a second. That gets us to discussion. I've actually had, before we get started, I've had a couple of folks reach out and ask me some specific questions about the plan, and I just thought it might be helpful just to, at least for purposes of the public who may be listening in to this, to talk through. This is the first time we will have done a strategic plan in a very long time, and this process actually takes a good long while. I went back through my notes. It looks like it's taken us many months to get here. Requires a lot of meetings and communications, and it's effort not just by the council, but by management, leadership, team, and staff. This process actually started when, we got our county manager up and running fast, and he gave us his plan for how the strategic plan was going to move forward. Then we had in early June, that was in April. In early June, the county leadership kicked off the team with their initial SWAT. And then on June 21st of this year is when council held its strategic planning session, and that's when we identified 6 strategic goal areas. After that, Trish and Josh met with staff to review council's draft goals and help develop strategies and initiatives to reach those goals. Then on July 22nd, and all of these were in notes that were sent back, but I just thought it was helpful for folks to understand the process. July 22nd, management conducted the second 3-hour staff retreat with directors and assistant directors to review the information, to develop a draft for council. And so then on August 8th, the draft strategic plan was circulated to council so that we could take a look at it for our workshop on, it's either August 12th or 13th. I thought it was the 13th, but council had held that workshop, and it was devoted solely to the strategic plan. Then on August 23rd, management circulated a revised version of that plan to capture the feedback from the workshop. And so this is where we find the first opportunity before council to take a look at this. The purpose of the plan really is to provide a guide to help achieve goals that are set by the council, and to provide a mechanism really to track those goals and hold folks accountable as to how we get to those. Is there anything that you would like to add before we get?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. And first off, I just want to say thank you to County Council. So it was my second day on the job that I talked about the process. It was April 9th. I'll always remember it. So we're 5 months in. And at that meeting, I outlined this process, and I'm thankful to staff. I'm thankful to specifically Trish Startup for helping to lead this facilitation with our staff and with y'all. And so at that meeting on April 9th, we can go to the minutes, to make sure I'm not misremembering this, but y'all asked us to make sure we were done by September. So we've worked really hard, and I want to thank our department directors, our assistant directors, and their teams who've dedicated a lot of time to this. So y'all put in a lot of time, staff has put in a lot of time, and I'm very proud of our product. And so on the screen, you'll see the 6 goals that we landed on, and these were based on the SWOT and feedback we received from y'all in that all-day retreat. So y'all dedicated a full day in the summer. We're going to call this the Summer of Strategic Planning. I'm very proud of y'all's commitment and staff's and how we're learning together how to do strategic planning. So in front of you and on the agenda for the public to see is that end result of the final draft strategic plan. Y'all also have the red line version too, so you can see the changes that were incorporated based on y'all's last workshop. So we've listened all the way, and we've put everybody's feedback in this latest draft that you have in front of you. The question before y'all tonight is, what's the last feedback? What are the other changes, additions, and subtractions that you want to make? The important thing about strategic planning is that it's representative of y'all's vision. This is what we're going to use as we focus on the next 3 years as staff to implement y'all's vision. And so if you think something shouldn't be here, tonight's the night for y'all to share, because we want to make sure we're focused on the things y'all want us to be focused on. This is your opportunity to hold me accountable, to make sure that we're doing the work you asked us to do. This is my opportunity to work with our staff to make sure we're focused on the priorities in their day-to-day work. This is also a great communication tool to the public so that they know what we're focused on. And we intend to report out quarterly, every 6 months, to share what we've done, how it's going, what we're learning, what we're going to do better. We're also going to have data attached to this strategic plan, performance measures, KPIs, whatever you all want to call it. We're focused on showing residents that we're committed to improving and doing better customer service. And we're going to use the strategic plan to show them how that we mean business. So that's a lot of words, but I hope you all know that we're very proud of this work, and we're thankful for the work y'all put into this.
And I'll just add that one of the reasons why council asked to get something done by September was really a request from our legislative delegation, because some of these things go into what are the things that our community is asking us to advocate for on their behalf at the state level, or what are the things that there are projects that need additional funding, or that we need some help or legislation. And so what was communicated to us from the legislators was that we were starting too late in terms of trying to ask them to take a look at some issues. And they specifically suggested September as the time frame to do that. But like anything, if there are changes that need to be made, or if council needs to evaluate them, that certainly is. I mean, we've looked at this, and I think probably the easiest way to go about this. I think some of the terminology may have changed, but the 6 strategic goals were public safety, which coincides with safe community, customer service and communications, which is the high-performing organization, economic development, and infrastructure, planning and development, and parks. And some of them have different names, but I think maybe the easiest way to do this, to see if there's any changes or questions, is to go one by one. Is there any comments before we get started?
Yes, please. Just a point of clarification on the process. So at this point, staff and county council has worked together to come up with this draft strategic plan. After tonight, assuming that we move forward tonight, then staff will work on each section of what we've identified as the priorities of these 6 categories. If that's my understanding. And then potentially what happens next is the work that they do on our behalf would be referred back to a committee of county council, and then that committee would digest what the staff has worked on And then I think it comes back to county council, committee brings it to county council for further discussion, may go back to committee, who knows what, but it's an evolving process. That's my understanding, and I just thought it might be important to share that, because this is the draft, these are the topics. My understanding is that staff will work on our behalf, but this isn't set in stone as to ultimately what it could evolve to. Is that right or wrong?
Right, Councilmember, good question. So this is the what, okay? The strategic plan represents the what we're going to do. The how is the next step, and that's implementation. And so the how is going to take different tacks based on what initiative we're talking about. One of the things we're going to be doing with workshops this year, we're going to use all of them, we're going to look at 2 goals per workshop. And in those workshops that y'all have, we'll be focused on updating you on the priority initiatives from that specific goal. So not everything in a 3-year strategic plan can be a priority month 1. And so what I'm going to work on is making sure that we're focused on the highest priorities of each goal and that we're showing progress. And those are the things we're going to bring to you first. Depending on the initiative, it might go to a committee. Y'all might refer it to a committee first, and then it might come to the full council. It might be an initiative in the budget process.
Yeah.
You might speak into it during the budget process. Or it might be a project that we're working on and it comes to the full council mid-year. You're going to have a vote and a say in the how, but staff is going to outline the how first. We're going to do research. We're going to bring options to y'all so that you can make an informed decision in the execution of each of these. And I think it just depends on the initiative, which committee or full council or budget process.
That's great.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's, I'm glad you brought this up and kind of talk it, because it's important that we look at this and how, it's exciting to have something like this, because I think that this is going to really help us in the future when it comes to our budgets, to understand what we need for the short term and long term. I think this is a big step forward for us to have these kind of strategic plans in place now so we can move forward and be ahead of the curve, and then also be able to have those conversations with our legislators around what we need for future needs, and we'll have them early and they have them on time to get to them. So it's good news. It's good news.
So if what I think would be easier for me, and it's similar to like a budget process, we'll go through each one of the 6 goals, and if there are, we'll just let each council person speak if they need to, or if there's an issue. I know this is we've seen these things. Let's start with public safety. The short goal being safe community, and the long goal, protect all residents and visitors by ensuring their safety and security through responsive, professional, and accountable emergency services. Is there anybody that has any comments or feedback to provide on that has not already been provided?
Yeah, I do have, I want to kick it up real quick on this one here. Well, I've read through this, and I think this falls in line with where I'm feeling that we need to go with this. So I think each one of these topics are good. The only thing that I think I'd like to highlight more in here is our partnership with our sheriff's office, and how we can understand where their measurements are on a quarterly basis, to be able to identify where gaps may be, whether it's in the management of issues, whether it comes to drug substances that have been, drug deals that have been busted, or homeless issues that are in the community. I think we need to tie the knot there and be well educated on our side to make sure that we're also looking to make sure our laws are strengthened to support them if they feel like they're lacking in certain areas. So I would just like to add in some more language around our management and our support for our law enforcement agency.
I'll follow up then with what he's got, because, so first of all, let me say this. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to participate in this process. Thank you for reminding us to send in our suggestions and you taking them into consideration to create the draft that you have tonight. The one thing that I'll add to what you said specifically, what I'd written down and submitted when you asked us to this weekend, was 4B, develop a 5 to 10 year strategic plan, and I added for police, fire, and EMS. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right, so it's
exactly.
actually identified in
Yep.
4B.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You done what?
Yes.
Are you-
Done.
Yeah, I was gonna pull up on 4B on the developing 5 to 10-year strategy plan for fire and EMS. I would like to make sure that not only the volunteer, but the tax district fire departments are included in this process. And how this EMS thing goes, I guess we are yet to determine, but I would like to actually see EMS with the fire departments also. Everything else, though, I'm pretty
This
good.
is all great feedback, and yes, we plan on talking more about how we're going to do each of these things when we have milestones, and I do have some good updates on both those comments, when the time is right to discuss it.
Can you just explain what 4C entails?
Yes, I'll start, and Trish, if I miss anything, please catch me up. So one of the things we heard in y'all's retreat was you want more coordination across all the partners. And this was a common theme across all 6 goals, where you want us to engage with the stakeholders in the community that are doing the work as well. And so one of the things we're trying to do is, how do we make sure that we're connected with the mental health agencies, with the homelessness agencies, so that we're not duplicating the service, but we're good partners. And so it's very similar to the actual theme of this entire goal. One of the things, and we had the sheriff's office there, and I've mentioned this to the incoming sheriff as well, this goal, one of the themes of this goal is working better together across all our agencies. So that initiative is really just expanding that to our partner agencies and the community as well, making sure we connect with them and keep that line of communication open. Trish, would you like to add anything to that?
No, sir, that's correct. So a couple of years ago, the county did a study, I think it might have been the sheriff's department, they did a study, and they were doing a heat map for the homeless and where the homeless were. I don't know that we ever got the results from that, and I'd be curious about that. So, I don't remember, I don't want to sound heartless here, but I know that there are some who feel like that we should do everything we can for the homeless, and there's some who feel like we should not do everything that we possibly could at taxpayer expense. So I think this is kind of have a dotted line around this one, because I'm just not sure what it entails and how far-reaching we're going to go into those social issues. I don't know if, in other words, what I'm saying is, I don't know if we're going to work with these organizations that have been asking us for money for a long period of time, or if we are going to do something ourselves, or, just what the extent of this 4C actually is.
So one thing I can speak to is on the mental health side in the retreat, y'all did ask us to better connect with the mental health agencies. I think on the homelessness side, I think that will be a question for the current and future sheriff. So we don't have the how we're going to do this.
Right.
I mean, does homelessness, does that fall under the sheriff's office, or does that fall under
I
county
think
council?
so this goal falls under all public safety agencies in the county.
Okay. So
And so we're focused on public safety in this realm. So when we talk about homelessness here, it's connecting people to resources, it's code enforcement, it could be a lot of different things. So we haven't spelled that out yet, but what we're saying is, it's important that we all work together. What we're going to be doing together, we need to make sure we're communicating about it.
So have the current and future sheriffs been involved in this process as far as safe community?
So I've reached out to the current sheriff, and he sent a number of his staff. I think we had 3 sheriff's office staff in the development of this plan. They were integral in developing this, and I know the whole public safety team appreciated that. I've given a draft to the incoming sheriff for him to look at, and he rightfully shared, look, I'm not working on this right now, but when I get here, I'll dig in, and we might have opportunities to make adjustments next summer. So one of the things that I'm planning for y'all's June workshop is, a year in review. What might we change based on what we know now? The new sheriff might have some new ideas on things to change, and that would be a great opportunity for him to share that. So I don't think we're going to have large-scale changes after 1 year. This is a 3-year plan, but I don't want it to become stale. If new leadership has new ideas and doesn't agree with something and wants to tweak it, by all means, let's have that discussion.
So one of the things about it, and it just along the lines of all these things, is understanding what the KPIs are, right? So where are we going to hit our measurements, and when are we going to measure against that, right? To make sure we're staying on track. You know, and that's one thing. The other thing I just want to mention, it comes to mental health and the NAMI meetings that were currently going on in Rock Hill once a month, and some of the activities that we have going on. You know, we were able to pass $100,000 for the Catawba Mental Health, which again helps on their wellness programs and inmates, et cetera. So it ties everything together. But one of the things I think we should make sure we're looking at also is that the communication, especially when it comes to fire, police, et cetera, that it's not just we're on the same page with our law enforcement agencies, but we need to have a broader look across all of the law enforcement agencies to make sure we're not creating donut holes. You know, and that's really based on us strengthening our laws and make sure that they're following suit, which again, TKK and stuff did that. Reform L has followed up some of the changes we made. That's great, but that's really important because we don't want to create donut holes. You know, so thank you.
Ms. Lovell, were you finished? Do you have any comments? So I'll say this. I mean, what I think is important is I look at the goals, and there were, other than the short and long-term goals, the 4 primary goals are improve response times to ensure reliable and effective emergency services. That's absolutely something we need to do. Increase emergency services engagement in the community. 3, develop and retain professional staff and standards so as to deliver quality services, and there are strategies under that. And then 4th is to align the public safety entities to improve coordination efforts of emergency services. So I think, I mean, I'm going to differ a little bit with my colleagues. I don't think we need to amend this at all to accomplish the things that we've talked about. I think the sheriff is implicated in that, and he's a little bit different because he controls his budget and has a different process for hiring his folks. But we certainly want to be in a support role. As to the comments about the mental health and the homelessness, I do think that historically we are concerned that, you know, financially, but that does not implicate this. To me, what I'm seeing is simply support roles, and that we are going to be making sure that we are communicating together. We operate in silos too much. Is there ways that if communicating together is going to help solve some of these issues or make them better? I support that. Before we move on to the next one, if y'all disagree and you really want to amend this part of it, I think the easiest way to do it is to do it. If you guys really want to do that, I just don't think there's any need to amend this one.
Well, I think what you stated, I agree with. I think, though, that unless sometimes you do spell out a certain baseline around a better focus on the sheriff's office, just, you know, even enough so we can integrate it into our other conversation. Because I think everything else was kind of touched upon here. But I think some wording or some verbiage around the sheriff's office and some of the other comments I think would be good to add in.
So, and I think what we're trying to do is to get as close as we can to finalizing this document. So if there is a specific amendment that you want to make for council to consider on this safe community piece, I think somebody needs to make that motion and let us deal with that.
I can make the motion that we said earlier. 4B, develop a 5-10-year strategic plan for police, fire, and EMS.
Yeah, I would second that. Yeah, I think that covers it. Yeah.
Any discussion? I don't think it's necessary, but, I mean, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there any other amendments on this particular provision before we move to the next one? Okay. We move now to the high-performing organization. This is the customer service communication. The long goal, create a high-performing culture that empowers employees to become collaborative leaders and problem solvers focused on building trust with the community through exceptional service delivery and transparent engagement. I think does anybody have any comments or any recommendations on this one?
I have just one kind of in general. So as you look through this throughout, there are a lot of things that we're going to create or form. There's committee, council, board, there are a couple others that, another committee. So my question is 2E, create a council public relations committee to ensure that the community is proactively informed. I don't know what that is. I don't know exactly what the intent of that is.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember. One of the things that we heard throughout the last budget process was that y'all want us to increase our ability to share information, and y'all added a position in the budget to help us do that. So one of the things we wanted to make sure we did was make sure that we're listening to y'all and getting y'all's feedback on the types of things you think we should be pushing out, the types of engagement you think we should be doing. We do want to make sure we're meeting y'all's expectations. And so that was something that y'all had a lot of ideas about, and we wanted to make sure to incorporate more opportunities for communication with y'all about that. If that's not necessary, that's perfectly fine. That was one idea we had in terms of how to keep that line of communication with y'all open on the types of things you want us sharing with the community. Might not be necessary, but we thought might be something we should explore. So we could potentially just change create to explore the need for,
Yeah,
if y'all aren't certain on that.
I think that would make me feel a little better about it.
Okay.
So, because I'm still wondering who would be, to ensure the community is proactively informed, who's going to inform the community? I mean, are we not, I feel like we,
Right, so obviously staff's going to do that, but what we want to make sure we're doing is we're growing our messaging and our branding as an organization. So we heard y'all loud and clear during the budget process. You pointed us to examples you like in the community that you want us to try to emulate. Those are things that we're going to work on, but we want to make sure that y'all have other opportunities to speak into that. Trish, was there anything I missed?
I think it would also be a good time for staff to share with you all the communication campaigns that are coming forward or in the future, just proactively communicating. Here's the message, here's what we're going to be talking about in the next month, and if you see something that you might want to share with your constituents, then the staff can share that with you. But it's just keeping the open line of communication with council and staff on, here's the communication campaigns, here's what we're working on, and then it's also just receiving feedback from council on, well, here's what I'm hearing from my constituents, or here's, the rumor mill's going about this. So it's just a good opportunity for, to listen and hear and receive feedback.
So is there going to be a method, though, and I might be asking the same question, but is there going to be a survey or somehow, like, how are we going to, I know we're going to take feedback back from the public and we'll bring it back to y'all. But is there going to be a customer survey that may go out when somebody's got a water issue, out there, or somebody's complaining about certain roads or whatever, and just to get the response from the customer service group back to the customer service group? I don't know.
So yes, sir, we added that under 2C, including customer service surveys. We heard council say at the workshop that it was important to have customer surveys after a transaction, whether that's with the treasurer's office or if that's with the new water utility department. So we specifically added in after the workshop to for including customer service surveys.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's, the other thing I just want to comment is that, do we have a way to, and it may be in here and I may have missed it, but to recognize quality work. So, to really make sure you've got people that are going above and beyond. I want to make sure, giving recognition to those employees, I think it's really important because that will incentivize them to continue to do a great job.
we have a gold rock, don't we have a gold rock or something that we give?
Yeah.
I think that's.
In the past, yes,
I think that was up to the county manager to, in terms of his staffing to do that part.
Yeah, so one of the things in the plan, and Trish could add on to this, but we do want to recognize great work of employees, and I think that's, and residents for that matter. But what we're trying to do, if you look at the third strategy to become an organization known for exceptional service, is empower our employees, but when they're doing great work, to recognize them and let them know that they're doing great work. And that's all part of this. And so I think that what you'll see, if we're investing in our employees and we're investing in training, through organizational development. That group will also be the group that helps recognize employees. Obviously, the manager's office is going to do that, HR is going to do it, but we don't have somebody whose job that is to care for our employees. And we're committed to figuring that out the best we can, but part of that is recognizing employees for their great work. I don't know if I missed anything.
No, that's correct. I was going to point to 3B, employee recognition from the OD.
Sounds good.
Does anyone else?
Yeah, I pretty much don't have any problem, but I would still stress, which I've been stressing it since I got on council. As far as planning and zoning, I want to stress highly for more serviceable and solution-oriented program there. And if we need to change certain ordinances or whatever to accomplish a better atmosphere there, whatever we need to do.
Stevie, you have anything?
Just on the wellness program, I applaud you for that. How are we funding that?
So that's a question, right? So we have to go as staff with HR and with whatever employees are on our goal team, for this goal, and develop an idea on what that program might be. We need to research best practices across the state and our regional partners, and we need to bring that forward to y'all. So likely that would come to a committee if it's referred after the workshop, and then it would be a part of a budget process. So yeah, we'd have to ask for money, but I don't know what we're gonna ask for yet because we haven't looked at it. What I do know is a lot of our competitors are doing this. We hear a lot from employees about, man, if we had an on-site clinician, that would be a game changer for their family, for their health care, and probably would save money. Do we know it would? We should look at that. We've got neighboring counties that do that, and they say they're saving money. We should look at that. So what we mean by wellness, I can't tell you. It might be as simple as that. We're going to offer an on-site clinician so people can see care right away, and we're going to try that year one. It could be something different, but we don't have that solution in our minds. We just know it's something we hear a lot about and we should look into.
3E, which is what you were asking about, I'd like to amend it. It says invest in an employee wellness program that encompasses the physical and mental well-being of York County employees. I'd like to amend it to say physical, mental, and/or financial well-being of York County employees. One of the biggest issues that people deal with today is their inability to manage their finances because they weren't taught how to do it in school. And it's a generational thing. It's the spouse, it's the children of the spouse. Children haven't been taught either. And there are programs out there that are very inexpensive, $3 a month per employee per month to achieve this, where you get a financial wellness coach, as an accountant, CPA, CFP, meeting with your employees to help them with their financial well-being. And that's, in my opinion, being that I'm in this business, is a greater issue than the physical piece. But anyway, I would amend it to include financial.
So I would change that, and I would change 2E and 2E and 3E to both say explore the need for those two things, because I think E says invest, and I don't like that word. And then create, I think we could explore both of those and get a little more detail on those.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I won't argue with word changes, but just so for other goals, y'all know, we didn't want every initiative to say explore, right? So that's why we do have different words, but obviously, if we say create and we say invest, we realize we're not just gonna go do it. We have to develop an idea. We have to develop, if it's gonna work or not, and then we have to bring that back to y'all. So
Yeah.
I'm great with word changes, and I support that, but I just want y'all to know that we weren't going to just go and make wellness happen tomorrow if y'all approve this tonight. So that's not our process.
All right, I have one
I
more,
think-
please. Is it
I
okay,
think-
or you may wait?
If you're done with your
4A.
comment, have
4A.
you finished your comments?
Yeah, 4A. Tommy, I thought you were alluding to this, but if you weren't, I'm going to pick up on what you laid down right quick. So what I submitted to staff was, this is a sensitive issue, but some of you probably have experienced the same thing when you join council. You have people call you that are working on something that's depending on the county, and it's taken time to get it done, which is costing them money. So the one thing I like about what Josh is doing is, he is putting performance measurement initiatives in place with staff to hold them accountable to certain outcomes. So in 4A, I'm wondering if we shouldn't track, analyze our outcomes, and understand what the cost is to the applicant that's depending on us to do something on their behalf, and take that into consideration as we work to perfect our processes, to get quicker, to get better, to get a better outcome.
So I've done Lean Six Sigma in prior life work, and so obviously the voice of the customer is important when you do process improvement. So anytime you look at a process improvement, you do need to engage with your customer and bring their experience into it. What I can't tell you is, in terms of 4A, what we're going to start with, all right? So what processes are we going to look at first? I couldn't tell you. We're going to look at the most utilized processes, and it could be in planning, it could be in purchasing. And we're going to assess, what we could potentially improve in that process. I've done this in other places. You bring in, you engage with customers, you go through the experience, you walk in their shoes, and then you engage with staff, and again, it's not that different than the strategic planning, where you put up on the wall on big paper every step of the process, and you work to refine and improve that. Part of that is data collection and understanding the time it takes to go through the process, how much time it should take, and then how often we're achieving that. Across all the departments, one thing that Kevin and I are focused on is working with departments to come up with their level of service and how they're measuring their level of service. In terms of the organizational strategic plan, you don't want to have too many measures. So first, we need y'all to adopt this plan. Second, we're going to work with our goal teams to develop 3 to 5 high-level outcome measures that help us assess how well we're doing this. But each department, and I'm trying not to get too much in the details because I know we want to be brief tonight. Each department is going to have to develop their own departmental strategic plan this year. So again, we need to finish this first, and then we've got a meeting with management in September, a 2-hour meeting, and we're going to outline, here's how you all need to develop a departmental strategic plan. That's where a lot of the departmental measures are going to be. But we need departments to map out their plan first, and then we'll work with them on their data. But
I'm comfortable with your explanation and not amending it at all, but I do want to say one thing since planning and zoning came up, and Tommy mentioned this about ordinances a minute ago. I think my comment was the pain I feel for someone who's trying to get something done that takes time. To the defense of planning and zoning, John and I talk a lot, or have talked in the past a lot, about planning and zoning issues. But some of that's because of the ordinances we've changed. He's just carrying out what the laws we've passed are, and the ordinance we've passed are. So he's a bit handcuffed in some of these instances. But still, even taking that into consideration, to his defense and his staff's defense, understanding the cost, the cost of getting something done, I do think is important. And I'm fine with what our county manager shared. So strike changing anything to 4A.
So I think everybody's spoken except for me. One of the things that's difficult is that when we do these things, the only things we talk about are the things we pick out to fix. We don't talk about what we're trying to do. So I hesitate to read this stuff, but I do think the main point here, which is something that council did say, is that we want a high-performing organization that's focused on customer service and good communication throughout the entire county and in all departments. And I think the things that I think are important, create data-driven culture that ensures accountability. That's what council asked for. Some of the strategies in there, we're going to have to trust our leader, our county manager, to come together with some of those things. Prioritize engagement efforts to improve in public trust. I think that's definitely what we said we needed to do in the strategic plan. Become an organization known for exceptional service by empowering employees to be problem solvers and leaders at all levels of the organization. You are listening to us in our strategic plan. I think that is helpful. And enhance efficiency and collaboration through streamlined processes and cross-functional teamwork. I think that's critically important. I think this is important for us to move forward, and I do think that some of these things in here, I think one of the things that council has done, I think we've done pretty well, is to recognize how do we attract quality employees. We have done, implemented pay raises. We have shown them that we care for them, and I do think that those two issues about investing in a wellness program, I do like Allison's change better, because I think it just makes sure that folks, we also are very conservative, and we're interested in making improvements, but we need to do it in a way that our taxpayers approve of, and that's huge. So I do think I would change those to explore the need for, both under 2E and 3E, the need for and options to address on those. I heard several of you say that, so do we have a motion to amend to?
I'll make the motion to amend item 2E and 3E under the short goal of high-performing organization to read as explore the need for.
Would you consider including financial in the wellness initiative as well?
I'm not in favor of that, but
It's the fastest
I
growing
think since
wellness
staff
need
didn't
in
ask for
America.
that, I think we ought to keep it to where it is. I mean, I get it, but
It's the fastest growing wellness need in America.
I know, but apparently it didn't hit the need for staff to request it.
Only because we didn't think about it. And
I think that came from
suggesting
staff.
you put it in there so they have the opportunity to explore it, like you said. Why would you not explore something that is significant? It touches virtually every American.
well, that doesn't say explore, that says provide.
But you've already changed it to explore.
So the motion currently on the
didn't
table
say
is
invest.
explore the need for these two. Do we
Now
have a
you-
second on the amendment?
Pardon me? I'm just asking to include financial. Why would you not include financial if that's an issue that everybody
Because
grapples
it's not in
with?
the plan, and we've got a lot in our plan. I'm concerned, I guess it's her motion. Do you want it, if you want to include it, that's fine.
Well, I don't know, I mean,
Well, you can trust me that I know what I'm talking about since I'm in this business, or you can't, and don't do it, whatever.
well, I'd like to keep my motion as it is, and then if you want to make a different motion, I think that's fine.
Do we have a second on the amendment?
Second.
Motion and second on the amendment. Any further discussion on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, those amendments will be made.
I'm
Do we
gonna
have
go
any
with it.
other
It's just
amendments?
short-sighted. It's fine.
What?
I said, I'm going to support it. I didn't say anything, so that's a vote for it.
Do we have any other amendments before we go to the ED? Economic development.
Which one are we in growth?
Growth, economic opportunities. All right, so we have the third one, which is grow economic opportunities. This was equivalent to the economic development piece. The long goal being, the short goal being grow economic opportunities, the long goal being develop economic opportunities that improve residents' quality of life and support the community's vision for economic development by providing a favorable business climate that values local businesses, promotes economic vibrancy, and prioritizes partnerships to create a diverse and balanced economy. So do we have any comments on this initiative?
I'll go first.
Go ahead.
I'm in a little bit different position than some of you. Beginning January, that is. So I have concerns throughout this one. Again, we've got a board and we've got a council, another council and another board being created here. So my concerns are research and implement best practices and initiatives that support the county's ag economy. And then the next one, create a plan that connects the community to natural assets and provides for commercial activity amongst natural assets. Under 3, explore funding strategies that York County could implement to support small business owners that include setting parameters and measurable outcomes. And the other 2 are the boards. So from the beginning, I have said, and as a small business owner, I'm going to stick by this. The funding strategies that York County could implement to support small business owners that include setting parameters and measurable outcomes. I just don't think it's up to county council to pick the winners and losers when it comes to small business owners. I am seriously opposed to us doing that as a council. I think we had an opportunity to let the Gravity Center work with people, vet the people, see who's going to make it kind of early on and who maybe not going to make it early on. And I just don't think we, as a council, in the last 2 years have defined small business. And I don't think you can. So I have a real problem with that one. The other one, create a plan that connects the community to natural assets and provides for commercial activity amongst natural assets. It sounds like this should have been on the park page again, but we're going to talk about this more when we get to parks, but I feel like this is, I don't understand. I don't know what it is. I don't know what 2C is, so I'm going to need an explanation of that. But B is research and implement best practices and initiatives that support the county's ag economy. So we're back to agritourism, and I think we got a difference between conservation and preservation, but what is the difference in your minds between agriculture and agritourism/economy? I think they're two very different things, and I don't know. I just feel like I don't even feel like this is on the right page.
So I heard it. Do you want me to answer the last question? I heard one question. I'm just trying to figure out what y'all want me to do here.
What was the last question again?
Ag economy. We can talk about ag economy. So when we last brought this to y'all, that was one of the things that y'all made clear, that you thought it was too focused on ag tourism. And so what we try to do is listen to y'all and make it more focused on our current agricultural focused folks. So that's farmers. There's other industries that cater to agriculture as well. So ag economy is all the things that support agriculture. So it's less about tourism and more about all those other things. But Trish, anything you want to add to that?
No, sir. That sums it up.
Yeah. So when I read that, I'm not, I look at this as not the best practices that we have to tell or inform them on doing. I think it's the best practices for identifying the values of which we can bring back support to them and helping them. Yeah, I'm not seeing us as telling small business or ag what to do. I think we just need to understand, and we need to be more open as a county to the opportunity of entrepreneurship in every avenue, whether it's ag, whether it's welding, whether it's...
In one meeting, you said that we would set up something so that a new business owner or small business owner would be able to go and get information, fact-finding things for people. People start up and they have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
I've been in business 25 years and I've still got questions, right? But this says explore funding strategies.
Which one are you looking at?
I'm on 3C. And
Yeah,
that's different.
So 3B, I think, is what you're referring to, council member. That would include a number of milestones, one which would be a resource spot for everything you need to know about small business related to York County.
Right.
So that I believe that's included in 3B.
Right.
Once we have milestones. But
Well, if we're going to start taking, I think what I tried to do when I'm going through these is I want to hear from each council first, and then let's come back and debate some of these things if we can do that. Just because I'd like to hear a little bit. Maybe that's the wrong tack to take here, but as I understand it, Allison, you've identified 2, B, C, and D, as well as 3C. Is that right?
Well,
Yeah.
So I'm trying to make sure
I just had
that
marked D under 2, so no, yeah.
could I say something on this?
Yeah, I think what we're trying to do is let each council member kind of talk through, these are the things that I identified, and then let's circle back to some of the changes. So if you're ready, you can go.
Well,
Did you complete yours, Allison?
being from the only farmer up here, and I can tell you and vouch for most of all of them, we don't want any pickers or winners or loser or handout or anything. If you want to help agriculture, one of the biggest ways to do it is understand on farms. We can't be ruled under residential and municipality type zoning and requirements and everything else, because our line of work is so much different. And I mean, if you're sitting there trying to get crops in and whatnot, and just like one issue with how many storage trailers, you got all this. For ag economy to work, you got to understand we're not residential. We're a whole different ballgame, and there's few of us. And our lifestyle and the way we operate is totally different. And then coming from being a small business owner also, I think anybody in small business just wants a fair shake and opportunity. But when we encroach and do things that make it hard on startup businesses, we need to really be analyzing and looking at that. Sometimes you can get bogged down with all the dogma and the ordinances and requirements that it takes away the startup of a small business. Does that make any sense?
So are there any other provisions in this one, Tommy?
Did you have any?
Are there any other provisions in this one that you take issue
No, I
with?
mean, I'm pretty much there. I just know that one of the biggest ways to help with agriculture is to realize that we don't fall under the average American and the typical.
Debbie?
Okay. So, as a retired small business owner, 50 years, so I have a lot of experience in small business. And I've said this a couple of times, but I honestly, in 50 years, never thought to go to my county council to help me find funding strategies. I went to my bank to help me and other folks, but not county council. I think there's a lot in 3B, C, and D that need to be some hard looks. I don't have a particular like verbiage to change it to. I'm just saying that we need to be walk on tiptoes where small business and even family-owned businesses, I don't understand this part, establish an outreach initiative to educate the community about the benefits of economic development with a focus on entrepreneurs and family-owned businesses. Okay, what does that mean? What does that look like?
I was asked to wait till y'all are done sharing, so it's not that I'm ignoring your questions, but I'm waiting till the
I
end.
think you can answer. I just don't,
Oh,
I'm trying to let
okay.
each council person
okay,
speak.
okay, I'm sorry. I
I'm
was not
sorry.
supposed to ask him to answer that.
No, I think it's fine. I'm just
Okay.
trying to get each council
Oh, okay.
person to have
Okay.
one, so that we aren't debating it yet.
I got
Let's
you,
hear
I
what
got
you
I
have
got
to
you.
say.
Okay, okay.
Let
All
everybody
right.
get a
Yeah, I'm
chance.
trying not to interject too much till y'all were done. So what does 3B mean?
Well,
So-
C also,
Okay, so.
and D.
Right, this is what's hard when y'all list everything that
I know.
you know, there's a lot to address. So, and Trish can help me on this, so one of the things we heard from y'all throughout this is you want us engaging in new ways in terms of economic development, listening to our citizens and understanding their needs because they might be different. And so y'all did want us to be focused on local businesses and how we support local businesses, so we stay true to the character of York County. And so that was related to farmers, that was related to local businesses in general, and I know the Economic Development Committee's been doing some good work related to small businesses. And so that's what we're trying to capture here is a point in time and where we're at in terms of how we better engage and listen to folks who have been here for a long time as we see small businesses and local businesses on our different main streets in our communities go out of business. Is there any role for us to engage with them in different ways? Question mark, right? We don't have a solution, but should we be engaging with them differently than somebody else? So that's what that kind of means. Trish, anything you want to add to that?
And we talked, or excuse me, council talked about at the strategic retreat, it was mentioned, when we did the sticky notes on the butcher paper, that to keep families together, thriving in York County, keep the business in the family from generations to generations. And then it was also that council wanted York County to be a place where entrepreneurs can thrive. And so that's where the entrepreneurship and the keeping families, businesses, and from generation to generation.
Okay, so I'm just going to give you a clue here on thriving for a small business. The only way that a small business can stay in business is if the location where they are does not double and triple their rent. There's nothing you can do about that. I was in a super regional mall that didn't care one thing about me as a small business owner. They were after their rent. And there's just nothing you can do about that. But anyway, we can commiserate on this more, but there's just things that you're not going to be able to help a small business owner with.
Understood.
So,
Yeah, so.
I'm done.
Okay, so part of what economic development did is they did a field trip to Spartanburg, and they looked at the way the Spartanburg program was set up and what they did in there. And then, so what came of that was a modeling. And the modeling was based on how we want to identify some of the challenges that businesses run into. You gave it a good example, rent. That's a big deal. What some of the other challenges they run into is how does a business understand the market? Okay, how can they understand market analysis? Does their product really meet the needs of some people that live in the area? Is there an opportunity for grants, grant writing, all right? Is there an opportunity for venture capital? The support model they came back from out of Spartanburg was basically then talked through, and we brought together the Chamber of Commerce. We also brought in SBDC, and we also brought in, what else did we bring in? SBDC, Venture, what was the other one? Anyways, we brought in 3 organizations, and we said, how can we have that conversation with all 3 of them? The COG, excuse me, brought in the COG too. And we said, what can you all offer, right? What can you bring to the table to help answer questions that small businesses had? What they did, they came together with was a place in a repository, basically a website where people can go and say, I want to start this business. This is the paperwork I need to fill out. These are the people I would need to reach out to us at SBDC, may be able to support them, okay? There may be questions outside of where should I place my business, okay? The Chamber of Commerce or the Economic Development Group may know of buildings that may work for them. But we're going to put this together all on one site, okay? And there's going to be a joint partnership. When I look at this and I look at the wording in here, there was never an intent for us to fund a business, all right? The intent when we talked about funding was to point people to somebody that could write a grant for them, or point something somewhere to somebody that can say, go to this person and they may be able to identify venture capital for you. It's about bringing that information to them. It's not about funding or picking a winner or a loser out of it. It's about educating them. And I see from the verbiage here, and again, I can understand if you read it and you say funding, York County is going to turn around and fund these businesses. That's not the end goal. It's about educating how they can, teach a man to fish, teach them how to go identify grants, teach them how to do things, and they can move forward in order to expand their small business. That's what I see in the language here. I think the language looks good to me. I think it spells it out in a broad level. I think we just got to understand that the end goal is for us not to be out funding business. It's about education. So,
Why would it include?
Has everybody spoke?
Well, I just want to ask a question about what he just said.
mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask 2 questions. Why would it include
Did you finish?
small? small business owners that include setting parameters and measurable outcomes. So we're gonna set parameters and measure outcomes also? Because that's the
Well,
second
I
part
think
of that
what,
sentence.
let's do this. Let's
Yeah.
keep going. Has every council member had a chance to speak that wants to speak on this issue? Have you?
Lord. Yeah, I want to comment. So I'm on the Economic Development Committee with Tom and Allison.
You remember that meeting
and
he was talking about?
Now I was going to clarify that. He's talking about a meeting he had with the Economic Development Department. They must have traveled to Spartanburg. We weren't involved with that.
Yeah, I've been on that committee for a long time, and I know nothing about it.
And that's okay, that's okay. So here's the thing. I've struggled with this conversation from the beginning, and I own multiple small businesses, so you would think I'd be in favor of this selfishly. But there's a reason why I struggle with this. 20% of small businesses fell in the first 2 years, 40% fell in the next 5 years, and 65% fell in the next 10 years, or any 10-year period. 20% 2 years, 45%, 40% in 5 years, and in 10-year period, 65% fell. That's why I put in the notes that you just read, Allison, if you're going to do something like this, first of all, how are you going to measure the outcome to know this was a good decision or not? That's why I put that in there that ended up in what you just read. Number two, if we were going to do this, it was mentioned earlier, what is a small business? Well, in York County, we don't give fee and lieu until you're 10 million in revenue or more. Well, in our minds, we're thinking about an entrepreneur startup company. But in the county's mind, we're looking at larger companies that generate a lot of tax revenue to justify investing in them. So I've struggled with this initiative from the beginning. I love what the Gravity Center's doing, but I'd love for the county to invest some money in my business to cover some of my expenses too, and I didn't think that makes sense. That's why I didn't support the Gravity Center. I struggle with the small business initiative because I'm not sure, kind of what you were saying, Allison, I'm not sure how do you determine who you're trying to help, and then how are you going to measure it, and was it a wise investment, which you wouldn't know to the back end when you said this really wasn't the best use of our money. So what I put in number 4, this is what I wrote, and this doesn't answer the question, but it's just what I was thinking. Okay. In lieu of supporting small business, I'm in D, I guess it's 4D is where I wrote this in, submitted it to staff. While this could be impactful, 4D says, create an engagement campaign that educates community about benefits of economic development with focus on entrepreneurs and businesses. I said, while this could be impactful, a focus on these types of industry that creates substantial tax dollars, competitive wages, and an employer who believes in their culture and being involved in the community may be some metrics that you would want in someone that you would consider supporting. But I go back to using taxpayers' dollars. I don't know, I'm concerned about this whole initiative and have been from the beginning. And Tom, I apologize to you. I know you're passionate about this. I have not been able to get my head around this from the beginning. It's kind of, well, I'm not even going to go off on a tangent about wellness, but I can disagree with the comment that was made earlier that traditional wellness does not work. It affects a very few people in a business, but there's statistics to support that. Nonetheless, that's my comment on this one, and then I'll go ahead, since I have the floor. I wrote in, for what it's worth, I know y'all are tired of hearing from me, but I took the time to write it down and submit it, so I guess I'll share it. 3E, I struggled with this one from the beginning, and I'm not sure where this one came from, but it's in here, so it's fine.
Did you say 3E?
3E.
I don't see that one on here.
Yeah, there's not a 3.
It was a D, and now it's an E.
I don't have,
Where-
I don't have an,
You don't have what was sent to us from Josh then. We'll go with D. Support, promote the development and preservation of affordable commercial space for businesses. I struggle with this one. I don't even understand how you,
oh, that's in D. Apparently it's in D,
yeah.
3D.
In the new revision, it's actually E, but nonetheless, I wrote, I'm struggling to understand how to accomplish this initiative. Further, I don't believe this is much of an issue. The issue may be building the type of buildings that meet the door heights, ceiling heights, and interior requirements of businesses today. because a lot of the buildings that are built today don't meet the needs of employers today. As an example, industrial buildings that have 12-foot, 15-foot ceiling heights some businesses don't meet their needs because they're using robotic equipment to stack stuff 20, 30 feet high, so they maximize the space going up, not the space going out, right? So anyway, I mean, I think that's more of an issue to build the types of buildings that you need for a door height, not a loading ramp. The truck can pull right up to the door. Anyway, so that's what I have for 3E. And those are the only two comments that I think I wrote in this section.
Yeah.
That's
Just-
3D.
So
We
let
combined
me-
those
3D
two.
now.
Yeah,
in the red line.
Well,
let me piggyback real quick.
if you'll let me
Yeah, go
get
ahead.
my comments out, and then
Okay.
let's see where we
Okay.
go from there. All right, so again, as we hearken back to what is it that were our goals? It's to develop the opportunities to improve residents' life and support the community's vision for economic development, which I think is so needed. Pulling all these folks together to create the favorable business climate that values local businesses, promotes economic vibrancy, and prioritizes partnerships. So I read that just to circle my thought process back to these things, and it sounds like everybody is on board with the first strategy, the main strategy, which is to proactively promote the economic vibrancy. And these are things that we absolutely need to do, which is to create these, deal with the funding that's already set aside for these initiatives and figure out how to deal with that. We need to develop a plan on that. That is from the FELO funding. Number two, invest in the quality of life opportunities. As I understand it, really what this goal, and I don't think you can read them out of context, but I do think we should clean it up to be clear so that there's no misunderstanding. To me, I think council was very interested in and wants to support our farms and support our ag economy. I think that's been something we say every single time, and we got to start somewhere. And so I do think looking at doing a market assessment is important, although I think you could just go ask the farmers. Research the best practices. That's a good way to approach it. When it comes to C, creating a plan that connects the community to natural assets, I think that's like farmers markets, and how do you help support those things? That's what I understood from that. I certainly don't have a problem with that. If we're getting way afield of that, then let me know. And I think the same applies with planning and development, because as we have very much well seen lately, planning and development and economic development need to be working together, cohesively, connected, 100%. That's what I really like about this plan, is they got to be communicating regularly and effectively. And improve the transparency and trust by communicating. That, to me, is key under 2. So I don't think any of those things under 2 really are earth-shattering. I think they're things that we want to look at. I do agree that, especially when the community looks at this, that under 3, if our goal is to support and promote our small businesses, number 1, absolutely, and that applies not just to small businesses, but our big ones. One of the biggest things we said we need to do is to increase the local vendors and encourage our businesses to start bidding on these jobs locally. Let's make sure they know about them and make sure that they're aware of them. A lot of our small businesses don't even know how to do that. I think that's critical. That's, to me, easy. It's communication. It's not funding anything. When it comes to the 3C, which apparently is becoming an issue, I would just say let's take funding out, explore strategies that we can implement to submit small business owners, and just end it there. I think when we looked at that, what we're talking about with setting parameters and measurable outcomes is that the only people that we use economic development funding for are the businesses that qualify for FELOs. We offer nothing when it comes to small businesses. If you're going to offer something, I think you create part of that fund. You take some of the funding that comes from the FELOs. We're not talking about finding money somewhere else. You create a fund and you identify what criteria has to be met so that the small businesses at least have some opportunity to deal with that, and then you deal with, but you have to have a criteria first, and then you measure it against that. So I would like to know if council's opposed to, because, we do offer incentives and do promote things for larger businesses, i.e. the ones that qualify for those bigger incentives, but we don't designate any of the FELO funding for small business. I think that's a fundamental question. If we don't want to do that, then that ends it.
I mean, I tried to make that clear that I was not in favor of that. There's two things York County can do for small businesses. One of those is common sense zoning when they're trying to get started in business, and number two is to keep the taxes as low as we can.
Amen.
Those are the two things, that's this whole page, that's all it needs to say. Keep our taxes low and help these people get in business. Don't have a restaurant that's 50 feet over what it should be, trying to open up for 8 months. I mean, common sense zoning, that's what we gotta do. And if we gotta look at examples of where it wasn't common sense, let's do that. That's what we need to be studying.
Well, there is a category for planning and zoning, but do I hear you say you want to amend it to say reduce regulation for our small businesses? Identify
I
and.
didn't say reduce regulations, I said common sense zoning, and that's
Well,
the difference.
Well, you're saying,
I'm
but
not saying to-
but your example was that there's a
That's one
zoning
example.
rule that
That's just
is
one
an
example.
obstacle.
Yeah, that we have a lot of obstacles for small businesses, and just like Tommy's talking about with the farms, they don't operate as.
And all I'm trying to do is to put what you're saying into words to fix the plan.
Well, apply it to an event venue, and those are the words that's what we need. We need common sense zoning when it comes to small businesses and the agricultural, I mean, they're gonna be two different things. It's two different pages of zoning type things, but we've got, and a lot of it's state level, and there's not much we can do to, you know, maybe that's what we need to be asking for, but, just what Tommy said, the farms operate under a different.
Right. I'll stop you right here, only because what I want to do is I want to take the comments that we've made and make the changes to this plan that we want to see this look like. So I need for you guys to be thinking about, is there an amendment to this plan that you think doesn't capture what we're talking about? To me, what you're suggesting, one thing that you've said, which I think maybe in planning zone, but I do think is important, is, and I think it does go to what Tommy's saying, is to put in either in 2 or in 3, something that says to identify planning and zoning hurdles to small business. Small
There was something
businesses.
in here,
I want y'all to think about how do we change this?
Yeah, so let me make a suggestion here, real quick. On C, I would recommend that we do modify, explore strategies that York County could educate and support small business owners. We can remove funding out of there, we can remove that last line. Again, just to reiterate, there's never been.
Is that a motion?
That would be a motion.
Do we have a second?
Okay, say that again, Tom.
Okay. I
Now,
would.
this is
the-
on 3C?
Yeah, 3C. Explore strategies that York County could educate and help support small business owners. It removes the last section, it removes funding, and so the whole thought of funding is vanished.
Tom, do me a favor. Can you give us your definition of a small business owner?
We're not going to solve that problem today. We're not going to solve that problem.
And to me,
Look,
that's
we
for
still
the
have
economic-
3 other
yeah.
areas to go into.
Yeah, and that's really for the Economic Development Committee.
That-
to talk
That is
about.
for the committee.
Well, it is, and at the end of the day, I mean, this is, again, the breadth of this is not to fund these small businesses. We never talked about funding them. We talked about educating, bringing information to them.
Educate.
Yeah, bringing information to them, letting them know where to find paperwork, letting them know who to go to speak to stuff. You got to, again, and I know you guys may have missed the meeting, but David did a readout from what he did in Spartanburg in one of our economic development meetings, so you may not have been there. But the focus of that was, again, the value of what they do, and to coordinate our partners out there to help educate our entrepreneurs and small businesses to get them the information they need.
But are we not duplicating what's already being done through the SBA and the COG?
Well, I tell you, small businesses out there, look, they're.
I don't think we're doing anything for small
I don't
business
think, I mean, right
at all.
now, I get so many complaints from
We're
small
not.
business that, yeah.
All right, so the motion on the table is to amend 3C to read, explore strategies that York County could implement to educate and support small business owners.
Correct.
That's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any other discussion? I don't have a problem with that, and I think we have communicated that. I think we should find strategies to help our small businesses. And I think the first step is to go talk to them and to start categorizing what are the things they're running into problems with. Maybe it's a planning and zoning hurdle. That's where we've got to have staff in all of our departments identifying that. Hey, is that a hurdle to our small businesses? Then let's figure out how we bring that to council's attention. So I wholeheartedly support that. I think that's a justifiable change. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 5-1.
I think the other wording you were looking for, Mike, could be from 2D, work with planning and development to promote, and then we go back to fill in something from this top, a favorable business climate that values, not that they don't value it, but it's just, there's just so many hurdles there, so it just seems like there's got to be a sentence in here somewhere, working with planning and development.
Could I elaborate on something here? When you read here, develop economic opportunities, and then it's economic development providing favorable business climates. Correct me, Josh, if I'm wrong here, but couldn't this also initiate in that we provide the business park, or we provide the industrial park, the climate for these businesses to be able to come and thrive?
Yeah, that's a good point.
What does that look like?
What does the business park look like?
No, what does that look like to provide the climate, what you said, Tommy?
Well, I think in terms of the,
well-
oh, go ahead.
Which part did you comment on, just so I can follow up? Tommy, what did you say? Was it?
I said that when you read into this, develop economic opportunities and economic development in a favorable business climate, if you're looking at call it a business park, industrial park, something that only we would be able to develop that climate for that. Make sense? In other words, like, I got East York Industrial Park down there near my house. The individual out here, for whatever his business model may be, he'd have to go out there and search where to be able to be allowed and go through all the hoops we talk about and all this, but if you...
Well, what's interesting about that is I do think if we limit, which what we just did, the amendment was changed to basically say, explore strategies that we can use to help our small business owners. I don't know why we would say no to that, but I do think that what you're suggesting is, how do we educate them? One of the things that the chamber had identified and they wanted us to collaborate on was a 101. How do you set up your business? Who can you reach out to help do this? What zoning do you need to have? And at least having one person. That's a strategy. I think that falls under that, and I think that we can work with that, and we've eliminated the funding thing. I think if our goal, and once again, I'm just going to ask, we had a goal as council to support and promote initiatives that strengthen our small businesses. If you don't like what's there, what do you want to add in its place?
Is there anything else defined? I just don't think the small business is defined.
That's what the Small Business Council, basically reaching out to create a small business council to help define that and to help identify what the problems are with our small businesses so that we know how to make changes that are
And
pertinent to
partnering
them.
with stakeholders to aid small businesses. I mean, are we going to change our organizational chart and we're going to put key stakeholders up at the top above residents? I don't.
Anybody can point a problem with any solution, with anything. I think what we're trying to do is, what do
don't
you want to
fuss
put
with
in?
it. Don't
No,
agree with
I
you.
think it's healthy conversation. I'm just saying, don't just pick it apart.
I'm not picking it apart.
Tell me what you, put something in here that you think needs to be in there to support our small businesses, or say, I don't want to support small businesses. That's what I'm trying to get council just to think about, is that, how do we help we said we want to help our small businesses. Clearly, we don't want to just give out money and pick winners or losers. None of us wanted that to happen. I think what we do is, what are some other things that we do think we can do to support that?
I didn't agree that what Tom was recommending, I agree with what Tom's recommending, but I didn't agree that creating a small business council that focuses on defining small business and all, that's not needed. If you're gonna set up something for small businesses, every small business can go to that. Whether they're a farm, or whether they're a grocery store, or whether there's somebody bottling something at home. It's just, I mean, I understand everybody wants to help small businesses. But we haven't defined, it's just, I don't know.
So maybe I can help with this. We're trying to listen to y'all at the workshop, and we had a similar conversation at the workshop.
Yep.
And I think where it landed was, well, let's ask small business owners who would be on this council and other stakeholders to help us define it. If y'all don't want to do that, I think that's the role of the Economic Development Committee. So if some of this is left to be decided, I think we put in there that the Economic Development Committee is going to work on these things. So I think there's work to be done.
Right.
None of these initiatives,
I think
have to, potentially you change a couple of them based on what you're saying. If there's a disagreement with wanting the Small Business Council to define small businesses, take that out. The question is, do you want a Small Business Council? I think that's a question for y'all. And I don't know if you have.
I want to tell you where my frustration comes from.
Okay.
A year ago, we had 55 vendors show up for a naked goat market. And then the county took it over, and the next thing, these are our smallest businesses. These are those in-home businesses that are baking their asses off, making cupcakes and bread and everything they can think of the night before. And we, as a county, as soon as the county took it over, now they got to have $1 million insurance policy, and we've got 7 vendors at that market now. And that's frustrating for me. It's frustrating for me to sit here and listen to this council for a year and a half say we want to help small businesses, and yet those smallest businesses haven't gotten any help. No, they've got no help, and they're out of business as far as York County is concerned. They're going to other places. They're going over to Tractor Supply and setting up free on Saturdays. They're doing all kinds of other stuff, but they're not coming back to this up here where we're going to talk about. We're going to connect the people to our natural assets. We disconnected them. We disconnected over 50 people so we can talk it, but until we walk it, I have a hard time with just who we think small businesses are.
Well, I think we're trying to help them. That's our goal here. I mean, we don't have a program. You're right.
I think the alternative
That's
is.
the end goal, is getting a program.
The
And,
alternative
that's
is,
what we're trying to iron.
do we
iron
want
out
to
here.
support and promote our small businesses? I do. Let me just make sure. Do we want to do that?
Of course
Heck
we
yeah.
do.
Okay, well,
Absolutely.
what is a strategy that you think we need to do to get us there?
Well, taking the funding piece out, that made it easier to discuss this.
We've done that, yeah.
So now what
Yeah.
you're basically saying is, do you want an entity to focus on this and come back to council with suggestions that we don't have to agree to, or we do agree to? That's
Right.
what we're saying, right?
Right, that's the end goal here. We're walking away here with some structure, and we're going to go to council, and we can talk about, our ED meeting, and we'll talk through how we want it to look, and then we'll come back with a proposal. I think that's really kind of what we're looking at doing here. The framework's here. I mean, we may not end up with a small business council, you know what I'm saying?
You are if you approve this right here. D says, create a small
You know?
business council.
So, but again, it's something that we can talk through and work out from within our Economic Development Committee, and we come back with a recommendation how we want to move forward with it.
Yeah, and you could just change the word create
Right.
like we did in the previous
But I
goal.
think there's something that we missed with Tommy's comment, though, at least, maybe we didn't miss it, but I just feel like we need to talk about it a little bit more, and I think is that from within here, from within economic development in general, we have talked about, having one location that the county owns and giving opportunities to have that as a so-called industrial park, right? And this was brought up, and we had talked about it in the past. And again, we're not talking about a bunch of them. We would only be looking at one, but if we get the right one, there's a huge amount of opportunity there. And I think that we shouldn't take that off the table because we've discussed that in the past. So I'm glad, Tommy, you brought that up.
I'm thinking what you're talking about is 2D, is what Tommy was speaking to, and now what you're speaking to. I think when you look at trends of developing industrial parks and things of that nature, the trend is to take the needs of the occupants into consideration as you develop the park out. And it also helps us, the county, because you have less traffic on the roads if you have everything that's needed right there. You've got,
Absolutely.
Hang on a minute.
You've
Let
got
me just say,
residential.
when it comes to industrial parks and industrial sites, that's captured in number 1. That's what number 1 is designed to look at.
1C as well. 1C,
What we
section.
are looking at, which nobody's commented on, and we've now looked at this twice, what I think we do need to figure out is what we want to do for small businesses. And I hear the concerns and the frustrations about what wasn't done years ago. I think what our job is to figure out what do we want to see done to make sure that we are supporting small businesses.
why don't you just support the committee and don't worry about that? Let them come back to us with suggestions. We don't need
Which
to-
committee?
The committee that's been suggested here.
The Small Business Council?
Yeah.
Create a small business council of small business owners to,
Okay. I'm just saying, I'm flabbergasted here. We're definitely stepping on the toes of the Chamber of Commerce. This is
they're partners
Yeah,
with
they're
us.
Your partner.
partners. I know they're partners, but why are we doing all this work when they're doing all this work with small
We're doing it in
businesses?
collaboration
Yeah,
with
it's
them.
it's collaborative.
Could-
Yeah.
Well, then why don't you say that in here?
Can you add in
We'd
collaborative?
have to list everybody, and Tom, Councilmember
I mean,
Audette's listed all
mostly
the
it's the
partners
Chamber of
previously, like
Commerce.
the
I mean,
COG and the
that's where
Chamber, so.
the small business is
Yeah.
gonna go, because they're gonna have seminars and classes and
Right.
resources for small
That's only for
businesses.
the small businesses that pay them.
So, and,
Those are
and,
their members.
and
Well,
we're
they're
going around in
members,
circles, because we did say this, where we're really connecting to other people's resources. We're connecting small business owners to exactly those things at the chamber and other places. So we're trying to all work together and connect people when they come to us. The chamber will be doing the same thing when people come to them. And so we're just trying to be a good teammate and all support small businesses together.
So if they don't want to join the chamber,
Let-
they'll refer
let-
to York County.
Let me elaborate on something else. Back in the 80s, prior to this new world we live in, at one time over there at Winthrop, and this, I ain't getting into the agritourism business or nothing like that. But York County had promised, when Winthrop sold the barn and all that off, that York County would have a fairground. And that was all those years ago, and we still ain't. But I don't know if you realize that down in Columbia at the State Fairground, there's constantly stuff going on there. Whether you're talking about farmer's market, event center, all kind of different stuff. And to me, that would help a lot of your small businesses and whatnot also. And it was a promise that was never fulfilled to the people of York County. I mean, I knew it happened because I was there. And somehow, because it was more than just the kids coming and place show their cows and everything. You had buildings where women set up for all their baked goods and quilt making and different talents and everything. And then you had, just like what you was talking about, Allison, you had all these vendors and different whatnot. It was more of a community thing. So that falls right in line with what I'm saying about business parks, but I mean, everybody loves fairs.
Well, I think we're
If you're
mixing-
suggesting a York County fair, I'm all for it.
I think what we.
I miss it.
Y'all, I am trying, I think those comments are important. I think those would fall in line with the parts related to the ag economy. I think those would be initiatives that would be included in that. And we still have 3 other categories to go through, and I'm here for the long haul, but I think that goes in that one. If we can focus on number 3, and I think discussion is healthy, and I hate that we didn't have this much discussion on this at our last workshop, but here's where we are. I think that council does support our small businesses. It doesn't sound like we've eliminated the problem here with the funding mechanism. On number D, it sounds to me like there's no support for the second sentence of that, so I think we need to drop that off.
The second,
The second sentence of 3D.
Yeah, so we combined them after the workshops. We'll see that there was 2 combined, and that really was speaking to what,
Yeah.
was brought up about rent, but we can take that out if that's what y'all want, for sure.
I heard several of you saying you
Well-
didn't support that, so
so
I heard Allison, I heard Watts, so we need to eliminate that.
Both of us.
I think the only other part of D is, I think you do have to have, somehow we have to say who's going to be the entity to look at the small businesses? How are we going to identify what their hurdles are? And I do think that we need to work with it's not exclusive. I hear what you're saying, Allison, that, we don't want to exclusively rely on the chamber because you believe that they have to be a paying member to benefit from it. Okay.
Yeah.
How else do we do this? Is the vehicle a small business council? How do we do that? Working cooperatively with folks? I think the point of that D is to say, we need a group that's going to go look at this and that's going to be able to really identify what are the small business hurdles.
Why don't you empower the stakeholders just to create that committee?
I would say we leave it as is, and
Okay.
we work through it in economic development.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so we're leaving it, create a small business council that will support those. So do I have a motion to amend to eliminate the second sentence of 3D?
To support and promote the development and preservation of affordable commercial space?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay,
So I want to do a motion to modify D to just state, create a small business council that will focus on defining small business while supporting and promoting initiatives and partnering with stakeholders to aid small business.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that amendment's been made. Is there anything else under small business that we think would be an effective strategy? Are we good with that one?
3E?
Again, that's what we just eliminated.
No, it's different. This is support and promote the development of commercial space for businesses.
That was what
We
we
just
just
eliminated.
You just combined the 2?
Yeah,
we
he
eliminated
had combined them. He had combined them. We just.
Which copy are you looking at? Are you looking at this one?
What was emailed to us this weekend?
This is the final version.
Okay.
Take the red line out.
Yeah.
All right, forget it. That
Okay.
doesn't matter. Just keep it on.
All right.
That was eliminated. Is there anything else in this one? And I think we'll take a break after this one. I'm ready to break. I didn't realize.
I know. I'm ready.
I don't see anything else.
The only other comment I'll make is the outreach initiative under 3B. I think that it's really good, communications-wise, to highlight a local business. And I think Greg does a fantastic job. I think that was
Yeah.
part of the issue there is one way you help them is you allow small businesses to kind of put their name and say, hey, highlight us. Let's talk about what we're doing over here. I love that idea. I think
Yeah.
that's no money, but a lot of help.
Yep.
Any other comments on this one? All right, let's take a 5-minute break, y'all. We'll come back to the last. Back from our small break. Any other comments or changes?
Yes. So I want to make a motion under the growth, under the growth economic opportunities to have the Planning and Zoning Department review zoning that could maybe be simplified or more favorable to small business and agricultural uses.
Second.
Which one are we,
It's
Just
being
an add-on.
added, wherever it
just
falls in.
add.
Yep.
Just an add.
Call
All
for
right,
the
so the
vote.
motion and a second. The motion is, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we've amended it. Here we go.
All right.
Anything else? There we go. Now we're getting it. All right. Next one is the short goal of quality infrastructure, and the long goal being build and maintain quality, safe, and reliable infrastructure, including transportation, water and sewer utilities, and stormwater utilities and facilities. And there are 4 main strategies with strategies under them. Who would like to start?
I will.
Okay, Mr. Atkins.
I want some strong looking into and revamping with this stormwater stuff. Because it ain't working.
All right, well, I think that's in our plan. Is there,
It's in there. Yep.
conduct an
really
inventory and condition assessment of stormwater.
I mean, I ride down roads that's got so-called curb and gutter and all, and back when we had just grounded roads and ditches, you could at least drive down the road. Now the water can't take in the pipes. I've got my own theory about retention ponds and all, and how I think we should be building reservoirs to capture water since we done stole the acreage for it to go back in the ground. We just run it off and it ends up in a creek to a river to the
Okay.
ocean.
All right, so that's in there.
Okay.
Do you have any other comments on
I'm
this
just
one?
stressing real highly on that.
Thank you very much. That is in our plan, under number 1. Do you have any other comments about this category, infrastructure?
Okay, can we do
Let's come down the
anything?
line. Yep, I think
Okay, we
you
can't-
have the floor on this whole topic.
Okay, so, 3B, I'd like to know how we're gonna fund that.
The department?
I'm sorry,
Are you talking about the department that we're creating?
the resurfacing of 15 miles of county roads each year, and
Oh, you're on 3B, okay, I thought you said 3D, I'm sorry.
3B. And then do council members, would that relate back to, you know, what we were doing prior to our money going to something else? That we had input into that? Who decides what miles gets resurfaced?
Sure, so that's kind of the how. We're talking about what we're gonna be doing. So what we heard from y'all in the retreat was you want us resurfacing more roads every year, right? So that was loud and clear in y'all's SWAT, more county roads need to be resurfaced. Y'all have given us funding for in-house crews that we've used to do some of that work. And y'all are interested in potentially giving us more funding for more in-house crews to do that. The problem is, we're doing about 5.6 miles this year. Y'all just approved that agenda the other day, and that's far short of 15. And even 15 miles a year isn't getting us to what we need to do to keep up with our pavement condition index. So we're gonna try to figure out how to get to 15, but I'm telling you, that's still not good enough. So we need to be committed to understanding how we better fund roads, and we as a manager's office are gonna work with our departments to bring you options on how to do that. That might mean more funding for county roads, and I think that would be something to consider down the road. But we've got strategies to look at and give you all options in future budgets. But 5's not enough. 5 miles a year is not enough.
Right, I agree.
Can I say something else?
I'll give him. my second thing.
Y'all probably gonna kill me when I say this, but can we look into any options of all these roads that we having to take over? These development roads. I mean, a lot of them in homeowner associations, I don't know why they can't take care of their own roads.
So that's not something that's currently in the plan. That's something that I've heard y'all discuss, but there hasn't been overarching support to add that in the plan. So that's why it's not in there.
Let me take that one step further and I just wouldn't want to use the term piggyback all night. So let me piggyback off of what you just said. One of the biggest complaints, if you line them all up and put all my calls together, would be from the developments that have been built, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, and they have leaks that we are now struggling to keep up with fixing those leaks. So I feel like, I don't understand it. People call me and they ask me, why do we have all these leaks? And I don't understand why we have all the leaks. But when we take on the roads and we take on the neighborhoods, we become responsible. So I'm not sure if we need an increased, does that just wear out over time? Do they just wear out over time? And that's normal wear on the infrastructure? And then we've inherited that problem that a developer has maybe done a poor job of. It's not every neighborhood, so maybe it's certain developers or standards or something. But it's, for those of you who don't have neighborhoods like Tom and Debbie and I have, it is constant leak calls.
Are you talking about interior leaks?
Neighborhood leaks where people's yards are washing out or it's running down the road geyser, some of them are geysers.
Are you talking about stormwater or water infrastructure?
No, piping.
Water and sewer infrastructure.
Water pipes that developers have put in to neighborhoods that are leaking.
Right. Well, hang on.
Like crazy.
So that I can shepherd this back. Debbie, and I do think that water and sewer infrastructure, maintaining that is part of the plan too. So to keep us on track, are there provisions in this plan? Anything else you want to add?
Well, I would also weigh in, and I think probably some others will also weigh in on the pedestrian and bicyclist accommodations on all new county roads and Penny's project where feasible. I don't remember talking about that. I don't remember.
Okay.
So I'm not,
Right.
I don't know where that money would come from either.
Are you speaking about RFADs?
She's talking about 2A.
No, I'm talking about this 2A.
She has a concern about 2A.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So I'm just saying.
Okay. Those are the
That's all
only.
I'm-
Okay.
I'm concerned.
Okay. Tom?
Yeah, so the only thing that I want to do a motion to is to, I think under water and sewer, I think we need to, I would recommend we add in pipe, like water pipe inspection or something along those lines, so we can come up with a study, like water and sewer and an infrastructure study when it comes to lift piping.
Tom, I want to touch on that a little bit. In this year's budget, y'all added, I think, 11 positions to water and sewer. We are in the process of significantly improving that department. And remember, during the budget process, we were still in the department.
Right.
That is part of our core functions of what we do as a county. And, right now, we're looking at how quickly we fix leaks, the process that we go to evaluate the leaks. We are working on that, and the feedback I've heard tonight, I want to make sure I go back and revisit how we inspect those pipes. We're going to do that, period. That doesn't need to be in here. I can promise you, we're going to take care of that in the water and sewer department. We will address that. And I've got some questions I'm going to ask on how we handle the inspections before those utilities are turned over us. Because we might not always have done a first-class job, and we want to do a first-class job on everything to do with that, and that's going to include inspections. And I'm going to follow up with that department tomorrow, specifically around inspections. And, but again, I want to say that's part of our core function we do as a county. we don't need to add that to this. We will already be doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, the focus, again, I think you nailed it, was how can we expedite the repair on water lines, right? And then how can we inspect them? And then the last thing I was gonna mention, and that will be it for me on this one, is the road work, that when we're out, doing road work or repairing sidewalks, I'm getting a lot of calls where our contractors are damaging lines, okay? So, and again, this necessarily doesn't have to go in here, but I'm just sharing this with you because I've gotten 2 calls in the last 2 days where contractors were out that we hired to go either repair a sidewalk or to repair a patch in the road or whatever it may be, and they knocked into a water line, or they knocked into the thing, and they just, you know, there doesn't seem to be a lot of, at least from what we're hearing, maybe I don't know this, that's why I'm saying it, what is their accountability for their damages that they're causing? So that would be really where the question's going.
I would just say, I'll just add, it, under number 1, we do have in our plan, conduct an inventory and condition assessment of stormwater infrastructure as well as our water and sewer infrastructure, inventory and condition assessment on the water and sewer infrastructure, and then also in 3D, we have the plan to effectively improve water and sewer customer service response. So I think those things are directly
Kind of
related to
wrapped
that.
into it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it for me. I'm done.
Allison?
So, thank you, Kevin, for checking on those leaks, because I think it's important that we have standards and that we get these leaks fixed as quickly as we can. We've struggled with just a couple people out being able to do that and having to get outside contractors and things. But I also feel like it's very important that we have standards for that and look into that. I think you may find some stuff when you start digging around those pipes and things. So that's number 1. Number 2, I agree with Debbie on the prioritized funding to resurface 15 miles of county roads each year. When we say prioritize funding and we say, you know, we're not carving this in stone, I feel like that does carve that in stone. And it's concerning to me that we lost our C funds, which was paving a lot more than that. And hopefully we're getting that back, but to prioritize funding to resurface 15 miles of county roads each year. If we're talking specifically about what the county can do for itself, you're talking about what they've been doing with their new equipment.
No, this is all inclusive, so, as part of the budget process, we're gonna bring options for how we pave more roads for the county. We're gonna inform y'all of the pavement condition indexes and how we're falling behind on repavement. It's a big problem. And so that's what this is all about. We're not gonna necessarily say, here's what you need to do to pave 15 miles next year. We're gonna try to get to 15 over the next 3 years. We're doing 5 now. Maybe we try to do 7 next year. We do 9 the next year. But we've gotta do more than we're doing. And that's what
And what I saw was prioritized funding, so there are other funding sources, I mean, including pennies. I mean, have we made recommendations to put county roads on pennies? Are we looking at the other funding sources? So
That's right, all of the above.
Well, yeah, and also, I mean, the cost of paving a road has doubled in the last 4 years. I mean, it went up to 800 and some odd thousand per mile, as opposed to 4 something.
So in this case, I believe it's important to leave prioritize there, because what it also could be interpreted as we're going to prioritize that funding over some other funding in here that I'm not as fond of. So we'll leave prioritize there. I think the 2A, incorporate pedestrian and bicyclist accommodations on all new county roads and pennies projects where feasible. I cannot support that. Taxpayers, I hate to think what taxpayers would say if we started spending money on pedestrian and bicycle accommodations when we don't have enough to fix the roads, and that's adding a lot more cost to those roads. I think that is a huge increase. If you just want to throw caution to the wind on the budget next year, that's one thing, but I think that's a cost that is, and when you talk about new county roads, there are not that many roads that are county roads. So you're not really talking about a thoroughfare of people being able to jump on a bicycle and go from one area to another, because we're talking about county roads, we're not even talking about state roads. So I think it's a chopped up looking route, if I envision that being on county roads.
Well,
So, well, hang on, let me make sure. So, does that conclude your comments?
The one final thing, and maybe this goes back to what Kevin's saying, that this is a given, and I certainly hope that this is a given, but we've talked about a lot of quality infrastructure here, and I just want to say again that animal control is infrastructure in York County. And so I'm hoping that that is all taken care of, and that we don't have to mix that in here with the water and sewer and roads. I'm hoping that's a given.
So I'm saying, that's develop condition assessment for all county facilities, and I think we've already made some changes in the previous budget. So, just so I'm clear, that the only change is 2A, is that right? Okay. Watts?
Tom, was you going to say something, then I'll go.
Well, I was just going to say with the sidewalks, I mean, RFATs, we have CMAQ funds that we get also to an area that is state funding, where we can apply that towards sidewalks. And but if we have a main road, to your point, if we're buying right away on that, it's extremely expensive. If we're putting in a new road, putting in a bike lane makes sense at that time if it's brand new. But if it's right away, I think we should look at, and what we do in RFATs is we look at where are the connectors, right? So what makes sense? I mean, if you're going to put a bike path in the middle of nowhere that doesn't connect onto anything, and you're going to end up like on the middle of nowhere, that may not be the smartest move. But if
Which
we
is
could
why
look,
we added where feasible. at the end.
right, I
Where
think
feasible.
that's where we look at connectability of the bike paths. I think that's really important because it's quality of life and quality of living. And that's really important to a lot of people in the area too.
Yeah, so I'll comment on this one. First of all, I don't think this one's on there because Watts rides bicycles. This is on here because the trend nationally is more people are riding bicycles.
Right.
You look at Charlotte, North Carolina, if you spend any time in Charlotte, there are tons of bicycles on the road. They have developed trails along the rivers. They have invested a lot of money. That's a cultural impact. RFATs, I sit on RFATs. RFATs has diverted money away from bike lanes to paving because of the rising costs. Does that mean you shouldn't have bike lanes? No, it doesn't. It just means that you needed to get the roads paved and they prioritize it over bike lanes. But long-term, when we talk about York County, the unincorporated area, we're talking about all the land out in Christie's area that hasn't developed, all the land out in your area that hasn't developed, and all the land in your area that hasn't developed yet. And so it's thinking ahead, it's planning, and it's meeting the trends that are in front of us. I just mentioned this. So this year, there will be 43, they estimate 43.5 million bikes being built in 2024, sold in 2024. Every 19th person owns a bicycle. There are 2.5 more bicycles built in America than cars a year. There is a huge demand. Greenville, South Carolina is noted for downtown and a cycling community. Our community is noted for cycling. So going to piggyback on what you said, Tom, whether you're cycling on an electric bike, on a pedal bicycle, the popularity, the trend of being on a bike and riding your bike in your neighborhood to the grocery store and other places as we develop smarter in the future, we talk about smart growth, that alternate mode of transportation has become increasingly more important because it's affordable and it's healthy, going back to wellness. So anyway.
Well, and the Rails to Trails program and everything else that there's a lot of opportunity.
Any other comments about this?
I'm good with it because it says where feasible.
All right, so there was one thing, and I looked through this several times, so if I missed it, let me know, but there was one thing that I thought that I asked for at the workshop, and I didn't see it on here, and that was for us to develop a comprehensive map or alignment of county-wide road infrastructure to include, like, basically look at what C-Fund's doing, SCDOT, get ahead of that, RFATs, pennies, and put that all on one map so that we can identify the plan, almost like an assessment of what's been done for the last few years, and then put everything on a map as to what's currently being done. And because I really think it will help us when we go to DOT. If we have already mapped out there what the priorities are, then we know what to ask them for, and we don't need, then we aren't using C funds for a project that they should have done already. I think that's how we need to maximize our funding. Did I miss that? Because, and I need to figure out a way to add that. I really think that needs to be in here.
So you can add that as an initiative if you want. You know, if y'all want to vote on that, I think that potentially would be some milestones in some of these other ones as we study it. But if you want to spell it out and put it out there, we can do that as well.
I think that's very important. I allocated C funds.
I think for,
That were then picked up by
and I think it would
pennies.
be a milestone of 4C.
Say that again?
If you go down to 4C, I think we're considering what you shared at the workshop and others to be milestones of 4C likely.
All right, well, if that.
You see
I
that
just think
collaborating in line with
I
state and
do.
transportation entities?
I do. I think it's, if you're saying that that incorporates it, I really think we need map alignment.
Yeah.
Historically, I just want to make sure I'm being heard, because I think there's been several times where we have used C funds on projects that DOT had already obligated to do, and we lost money for our community by doing that. We did do that.
So I've already talked to Patrick about it, you know, that feedback and that project. I think it's part of the work. Again, it's the how we're going to do 4C. So we can't list every milestone, but that's the first thing we're going to ask staff to do once y'all approve this is work on the initiative and outline your 3 or 4 milestones of how you're going to do that. And so that would be one of the milestones of 4C.
Okay, if you're saying it's covered by 4C, I'm not going to
Yeah.
add another one. We don't
Okay.
need another one.
We appreciate that.
I think the other one, when it comes to 2B, and this goes towards our stormwater assessment. The one thing, and if it's in here too, please advise. I remember at our workshop, we talked about this, identifying appropriate standards for us to deal with the stormwater, but recognizing, I guess what I'm looking for is identify the appropriate standards and then evaluate and prioritize stormwater needs for county-owned roads. And then we really need a second one because we can't do SCDOT's job. The majority of the roads, I dare to say, that have stormwater issues are state roads. And so we need a plan to advocate for improvements on non-county owned roads. I think that's another thing when we're talking about how do we advocate for DOT. Does that make, I don't see where we have that in here, because I think it's frustrating when folks come and they're like, something's flooding and it's a DOT issue. And so I think we can identify it, and we should be identifying it, so that we know and can help our community and our residents advocate for DOT to do that job. So tell me, if that, is that in here already?
So doing the second part, I mean, you talked about 2B. You know, it could be a part of 2B, but I think what you're saying is something that's unique to state roads, so you might want to clarify that and add another initiative, just so, you know, everybody knows that that's what we need to focus on. But we did hear y'all loud and clear at the workshop. We do want to be able to go to the states and the state delegation and say, hey, here's all the challenges we're having on state roads. We're not going to be able to fix all those challenges. We need some help. So we obviously understand that, but I think if you want an initiative focused on it, you probably should add it.
Good.
Is that related to that one? I hadn't finished mine. No?
Well,
That-
I guess it could be, but there again, go ahead and finish yours.
No, that's, I guess I'm asking y'all, I was gonna make a motion on that unless y'all disagree. I think we've got to separate those two. I think we've got to develop, I would say, here's the motion, I guess. Amend 2B to add that we evaluate and prioritize stormwater needs within county jurisdiction areas, and also identify stormwater needs on state-maintained roads to provide a basis for us to advocate for improvements there. I think that's what, yeah.
No, not
I don't know how,
Just state road, not unincorporated state roads.
well, I mean, the county doesn't, the cities typically do their internal roads,
DOT can be in,
but the cities do their own stormwater planning.
I think that's covered in
say
4C.
that again. I'm not sure that's-
Yeah, I think it's there.
No, that's transportation, I'm talking about stormwater.
That's.
A lot of the
in-
stormwater issues have to do with the ditches along the roadways. I mean, that's really where we're seeing a bunch of the flooding, and then there's, what I'm trying to do is to make sure that when we're looking at this, that staff is identifying what are county jurisdiction things that we can change, and then what are the areas that we need to be advocating for our community on DOT covered. I mean, DOT is really the only other one that owns that. Do I have a second on that? I mean, I think.
Yeah.
Second.
Absolutely.
We got a motion and a second, and I think if there's a better way to articulate it, fine, but I don't know how we advocate for that without having a plan for it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right.
I'm going to make a motion. That's okay.
I'm trying to make sure I finished mine. Did I?
As long as I don't forget what I got to say.
Oh, you got something else to say?
Yeah, I got something else to say.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion?
We'll see what.
Oh, wait,
Tommy's
you're
got.
next.
You got a motion, everybody?
Tommy, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, I hope this fits in here, but I know one of the biggest complaints that I've heard from especially fire departments, and I've experienced myself having a big service truck now. These developers and stuff in a lot of these subdivisions, they've cut the width down on the road, and then some of them park in the dang way, or basically what I'm saying is look into the fact the cul-de-sacs and bring back roads running into other roads again. I mean, some of these fire trucks, they've narrowed the width down in these things. They can't make the turns because everybody knows whoever lives in the cul-de-sac thinks they own it. And the trucks can't get turned, and I'm sure it affects the ambulances and all, but that's something that needs to be looked into when we talk about this infrastructure thing, because it was way easier, just like the Mill Hill scenarios, the way they used to be built. Roads always run into other roads. But that was just a little add-on to talking about the infrastructure.
You know, and I think that probably is covered to some extent with the planning that we have to get to. I think now we've identified those and made changes to the design for those things. But Tommy, you did make a comment before, and I'm willing to make the motion. If it fails, it fails. But I agree with you. I mean, I think it's worth looking into whether or not it's, you raised the question about, look, we can't even keep up with the roads. We're not doing enough to keep up with county roads. Ought we not review our county policy on when we and how we agree to take in roads? And should we be taking in subdivisions? Lancaster doesn't do it anymore. They require their subdivision HOAs to start doing that. And I don't know that they've hit a point in time where that's hit them yet to see if there's a problem with it. But I don't have a problem including something in here to review our policy on that, to see are we doing best practices, because we keep taking all these subdivisions in and we can't take care of the ones we have. So I'll make a motion to, which one should I put this in? 3, I'll make a motion that we add 3E to provide that we review the county ordinance regarding taking in county roads and evaluate.
Second.
Motion and second, evaluate that, that's fine. Y'all can word that.
Call for a vote.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, Ms. Love, I'm sorry.
I'm going to make a motion to remove incorporate pedestrian and bicyclist accommodations on all new county roads and Penny's projects where feasible.
Second.
We have a motion and a
Wait,
second.
what was it? To remove, you said?
We have a motion and a second.
2A.
Any discussion?
I just think that's very costly, and I don't think it's, I don't personally think that's a priority for taxpayers. And, you know, we go right back to what we do for small business. And when we raise taxes for something like this, that a very small portion of the population, even with your numbers, it's a very small portion of the population, for us to commit to that in a strategic plan, I think it's counterproductive to the other things that we've said we're gonna do. Because I still think we're looking at I think y'all are looking at a tax increase next year that is gonna be, not very well received.
A tax increase from what? What are you saying?
From the cost of doing some of the things in this plan.
Well, I think all of those things council has not approved a tax increase.
I understand it's in the budget.
These
I
are-
understand it's in the budget, but I think when you know, the worst thing to do is to have a strategic plan and then get around to time to fund it, and you start erasing stuff off of it, removing stuff from it. So I just think, I don't think that's something that the majority of taxpayers would be in favor of.
I think it's more costly to ignore trends, and then you're behind the eight ball when it's time to fund things like that. And it's easier to do it when you're paving a road than it is, like Tom said, after it's already paved.
Yeah. Yeah, it's better to look at it now than down the road. And it's so expensive to come back afterwards and put these things in.
Give us a possibility of what we consider feasible.
That's a tricky question. I think you know it when you see it. So what we're trying to do is give ourselves the option to connect roads and create a network that citizens can use someday. And if you never start, you'll never have it. So if it doesn't make sense in a certain location because people don't ride their bikes there, or it's not safe to, then we wouldn't do it. But if there's an overall plan, right, and so this is an area of weakness, we need a trail plan. Like, how are we connecting our trails? There's some really good trails in this county. Do we want to connect citizens to those trails so they don't have to drive to those trails? That's a question for y'all in the future. We're trying to put a placeholder for some of that so that when we build infrastructure, we account for it. Just like y'all are thinking about asking developers to include some infrastructure when they build. Is it not something that we should consider? Feasible? Does it make sense financially? Does it connect people to something? I heard y'all say, is it a sidewalk to nowhere? That wouldn't be feasible. We wouldn't do that. But if there's an overarching plan someday related to trails and connecting residents to different resources that they don't necessarily have to drive to, then maybe we do it. So it's just keeping up that option.
Would that be when you're discussing like trails, would that be like where the trail intersects with a road and crossing over that road to continue a trail, or?
Could be a whole lot of things. Yeah, so we're not trying to be so descriptive in a plan that there's only one thing we can go do, because why are we going to ask people, our experts, to share their ideas on how to achieve things if y'all have already scripted exactly what you want? What we're trying to do is say, hey, we're building infrastructure as a county, or we're repaving infrastructure. While we do that, should we do certain things that achieve multiple goals? That's all we're saying. Where feasible. When it makes sense financially, when it connects people to something that they want to be connected to.
Well, there's so much activity with the Thread Trail out there, and what they're doing to connect North Carolina, South Carolina, and eventually down.
But that's not what this is, Tom.
Well, but again, it's about connecting where it makes sense to connect. You may have something that would connect onto, just like the Greenway, where you can connect on to pass the Greenway. The concept of that, it's about connectivity.
Pedestrian and bicycle.
Right, yeah.
Well-
So, and again, it's noted as where feasible, but it's,
Yeah, but, okay, we've got, and I know in my community, I've got several communities upset about no sidewalks for those kids to walk to school. Very dangerous, they're walking on the roads. So are you going to worry about a bike trail, or are you going to worry about a sidewalk to keep your kids safe walking to school?
Pedestrian accommodations are sidewalks.
Right.
That's one example of a pedestrian accommodation. So,
Right.
so yeah, when we
So
go back to that
sidewalks
road.
is part of
Yeah.
Right.
sidewalks.
No, this says new county roads. They're not going back and
Yeah,
putting in,
there you go.
I'm spending C funds to put in sidewalks.
So y'all, if you want to change all, if you want to change new, you can change some of these words too. Or you can get rid of the whole thing.
So-
That's up to you.
Well, I
So-
think those two need to be separated because I think it's two totally different issues.
Well, I think you should incorporate in pedestrian, which are sidewalks, so maybe, and on, maybe just on county roads and Penny's project where feasible.
Yeah.
And remove, all new.
Because it's not just new, because Penny's
Right.
redoing roads.
Right.
And when we redo roads, we should fix them to future standards if we think there's future standards coming. So
Well,
I
if
think
that-
new might be throwing y'all off a little bit.
Yeah, maybe remove all new and just pedestrian, which is sidewalks and bike accommodations on county roads and Penny's project where feasible.
Well, I think this is where, were you going to say something, Tommy?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask one question. Maybe Kevin can answer this. How many new county roads have been built versus how many of these we call it new county roads have we been adapting in from the builders? I
To the
don't
best
know
of
too
my
many
knowledge,
county roads that have been built.
Yeah, new county roads are basically your subdivisions going on right now.
Every one of them. I don't know no new roads that.
Which
we
is
put
why I
in.
think the word new doesn't need to be there. This is us going in and repaving, redoing roads with Penny's as the primary aspect. Like I said, we're only doing 5.6 miles without Penny's, okay? So if we're, any of those roads in that 5.6 miles that we're doing this year, if we need to fill a sidewalk gap, this would be an initiative that would look at that and say, should we do it or not? You know, that,
Well, why can't you look at it either way? Why does it have to be part of a strategic plan?
fair.
I mean, right
Just
now,
makes it
developers,
fair.
they
We
have to put in a sidewalk. I mean, Tom Smith had to put in a sidewalk out in front of the school, couldn't even move it over to the school side, and it goes nowhere. It's like, it was a ridiculous cost. And we couldn't move it. He said, I'll give you the money, and you put it somewhere where it's needed. No, there was no deal. No, all bets were off, no deal. And now we got in here to incorporate pedestrian and bicyclist, accommodations on all new county roads and Penny's projects. I mean,
The motion on the floor is to remove 2A. Should we vote on that? And if it
So-
doesn't pass?
Well, I haven't even
let
gotten a
somebody
chance to
else.
speak. I'm letting everybody talk.
Christie's turn.
So here's what I'm going to say. Obviously, the motion is to completely eliminate it. I would like to know, and I don't need to know right this second, but I would like to know, what I'm hearing is, number one, there is some receptivity to where there are identified trail plans that are crossing over a road. I hear receptivity to pedestrian where there's a safety need for that and where it makes sense to do that. What I'm hearing is that clearly on all new county roads and Penny's projects, that part needs to be eliminated. I think if you add some more language that requires that we do these other things, that might be more acceptable. But I think I'd like to see how we can change that. Here's the problem I have. I've got a South Wake Park down below me where we required sidewalks that go nowhere. They go nowhere. They go right to a farm on one side and right to a farm on another. I also know that sometimes having sidewalks to the schools is not a safe thing because you're talking about 4-lane roads and 5-lane, potentially 6-lane roads that schools are being built on, and that doesn't always make sense. And I deal with DOT regularly who suggest that really isn't. It sounds good on paper, but it's not. It doesn't. So I think there's all kinds of if, ands, or buts as to why you wouldn't do this. But I think at the end of the day, I 100% believe that we need to be funneling our funds primarily, because this comes from the people, to our roads. But I guess, Allison, you made the motion. Clearly, I would not support, I don't support it the way it's written on all county roads and Penny's projects. So that at a minimum would need to be deleted. I think if we restricted it to identified trail plans and safety features where feasible, is that I mean, let's,
What if you just said
Talk through
incorporate
some-
pedestrian and bicycle accommodations where feasible? That's pretty simple.
Yeah. That
I
works.
think maybe, okay, maybe we consider, instead of incorporate, consider pedestrian and bicyclist, am I saying that word right? And bicyclist accommodations,
Where feasible.
no, that's too broad.
Well, I got a
Where
good,
in conjunction with
a trail plan.
a trail plan.
Or
Or-
a safety need.
Yeah.
Safety.
Or
Yes,
safety.
with safety or trail,
Yeah,
trail
I
needs.
like
Yeah.
the safety.
Yeah, that's
So
good.
that's your motion, you amend it to
Yes,
that
I
respect?
amended to that.
I
Do y'all
sec-
have it down? Because I can't, did you write it down?
I second it.
Yeah. Mr. Atkins? I forgot your name for a second.
well, I'd like to say, let's not call it adding bike thing. I will say this, especially in a lot of situations, and I've noticed it on some of the repaves that they've already did it. But when they put their don't run off the road humps, if they just give an extra 2 foot of paving, it really is a safety thing. Don't call it bicycle, because I ain't wanting to go there. But if you ever run off the side of the road, that little extra bit of pavement over there, it can be the difference. If there had been extra paving on 21 down there when that log truck killed that fella here a few weeks back ago,
Tommy, that
he
costs a
probably
lot of
could have
money, though.
rented that truck.
I think we
How wide is a
do,
bike lane? How wide is a bike lane?
I don't know. I'm
That's
not
called
sure.
a safety lane.
I can tell
Because I
you,
ain't for no bike lanes, it's a safety lane.
I can tell
It's an extra
you
2
that there are a
foot.
lot of people that get angry, and I do this, I call my cousin all the time, because I'm like, y'all are riding, I don't care that you have a trail, there's no bike lane here, and people are getting seriously hurt. I mean, riding down some of these roads. So I think if part of this is, let's evaluate where those trails are and make sure that they're safe for everybody, including the bicyclists.
Agreed.
Anyway, we've got the motion. Do you, Ms. Lowe, that's your
Well, do you
amended
feel like the
motion?
motion includes what you just said?
Which part?
No, it only includes what I said.
What you just said at the end about cyclists and accidents and people getting killed?
No, it doesn't include
No, I-
that. We can't
No.
put that in a motion.
Well, I think the motion on the table is to incorporate
No,
these,
consider.
to consider the pedestrian and bicyclist accommodations. I don't want to replicate this, but to review those.
Yeah,
trail plans.
whatever we said.
Where there's a
Yeah,
trail
you know what
plan-
you know what he said.
Where there's
You
a trail
said for
plan or it's a
safety
safety
and trail
need.
Safety
purposes,
of
trail
trail
connectivity
related.
purposes.
And consider a
Right.
review of the existing trail plans. I think that's good. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we are making progress. Anything else on this one? We cover it?
No, let's go.
Grow responsibly. This is connected with planning and zoning, provide well-balanced planning and development services that empowers economic development and manages growth in a sustainable manner that reflects and protects York County's unique communities and heritage.
Boy, I could add a lot to this.
You gotta start, Tommy?
Oh. You gonna start?
Wait a minute, I can't find my paper I wrote down something about this.
We'll start with Debbie.
Debbie,
Well-
go ahead.
Okay, I have several questions in section 2. I started out with A, and then I added B, C, D, and E. So obviously, I have a lot of questions. I'm going to try A first. I do not understand, somebody needs to explain to me, adopt countywide residential architectural standards with waiver opportunities for workforce/affordable housing. Okay, that's the-
Sure, I can start, and we got Jonathan here still, so we can, you can step in after me. So one of the things we heard in the workshop, y'all mentioned tract housing, and you talked about low-quality development that's been occurring, and you didn't want to see that happening. this is our answer to that feedback that y'all gave us in the workshops and the SWAT. So if you don't want that, then what you're saying is you want more residential architectural standards. So Jonathan, I don't know if you want to finish anything beyond that.
This is similar to what's undergone some of the residential standards that are in place now in the Lake Wiley overlay for these larger residential communities. There are now design standards in place so that they have to alternate the homes so that you don't have a cookie cutter development, which is what started to happen several years back. So that's sort of been the experiment in zoning to see how that works out. And we've had one, and I think now coming online, a second development that has to adhere to those standards. So it'd be looking at what is working for that and trying to apply it countywide for the larger tract developments.
So what is workforce affordable housing?
Yeah. What does that mean?
Workforce
So one of the
affordable.
things y'all shared at the workshop, and so you'll see in the red line version, we heard y'all that you didn't want a strategy focused on affordable housing, so we took that all out. That was a whole strategy and 3 or 4 initiatives. One of the things, though, y'all shared in that workshop that we had was you want attainable housing, okay? So one way to do that is to incentivize on standards so that there's the potential for attainable housing. So how do we define that? You know, we talked about attainable here. Workforce housing is another term. So obviously those things, they need to be defined, right? But what we tried to say is if you want to give opportunities for more attainable housing or affordable housing, one way to do that is say, hey, in this case, it doesn't apply. There's a waiver process.
Well, what do you mean by waiver process? I don't understand that.
Attainable.
It's similar to other sections of the code. If you do a certain thing, A, requirement B doesn't apply.
I need a better example of.
I know. I don't understand the waiver opportunities.
So, but it's,
Essentially, it's a question of applicability. So if you have a development that is comprised by a certain percentage or entirely of whatever the defined attainable housing is, then the standards for all of these attractive and deviations wouldn't apply in the first place.
yeah.
And that would be something for a
I'll agree
committee
with
who's
that.
working on this to
it's-
iron out later.
Yeah, it's the difference between affordable housing and houses that are affordable. You know, and I think basically what you're doing, you're just baking it into the code where you have an ability to build a more affordable house in order to meet that need. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, I don't like the word. I think this wording is the reverse interpretation of, I mean, first of all, it doesn't say attainable, it says affordable. So that would have to be changed.
Attainable.
Well, let me
I mean, why would we let anybody come in and do, I mean, if they're gonna build in a particular area or a particular neighborhood, why would we reduce the standards?
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't understand, we would reduce the standards?
But it's workforce. I mean, if you've got teachers that only make so much money.
Well, that's what I was gonna bring
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
Why
they-
couldn't we make a lot of these set aside when you're talking about teachers, firemen, police?
Right.
All of them make about, and I've never understood, about the same amount of money a year. I got one daughter myself that's police, and she had to move out of the county she was born and raised at so she could afford to live, and she's in Cherokee County.
Yeah.
And she can't afford housing here, and she has to ride all the way to Rock Hill to work.
Yeah, so a committee would potentially develop that criteria and those definitions. We haven't done that yet, y'all, and that's part of the strategic plan. We're putting stuff out there. There's work to be done.
Yeah.
We can rephrase the initiative, or you can delete it,
And-
but
and-
we're, you know, that's what it could be.
And we should really look into this, because it's a shame, because of people coming in here causing our cost and standard of living to go up, and our own children that are born and raised here can't live here.
Well, that's,
That's a shame.
it is a shame, yeah.
arguably not having affordable housing is pushing the cost of living up because employers are having to pay a higher wage to keep employees in the area to come to work. That's one reason. So not having affordable housing is a serious issue, not just here, all over the United States.
Well, I agree with that, but I think we've wrecked our economy so, because these houses ain't worth what they're getting for them. I mean, it's just a dictated thing. I got 10 times the house of anything they build nowadays. And, I mean, it's,
Okay, can I go to B? I still don't understand A, but I'll just jump right into B. Okay, require or incentivize, what is LEED certification? What is that?
Yeah, so LEED certification, so there's the potential, if there's going to be multifamily being built, to think about how we better utilize the resources, so whether that be utilities, you know, having certifications so that people are using design standards that will limit the need for electricity and other things. So this is a way to make sure we get high-quality development and that we're not pulling all the resources off the grid. So Jonathan, anything to add to that? Again, not something we have to do if y'all don't want to, but
So we're gonna incentivize people to have electricity? What, I don't understand. What did you just say, Josh? What time is it? It's past my bedtime. So require or incentivize,
Are you talking about alternative forms of power?
So to get a LEED certification, there's a whole website, there's a number of things you could do. We're just saying one option to encourage different types of development that might be more sustainable for the grid is to encourage these certifications. You'll get a different type of design. Just for multifamily, you see we mapped out multifamily or non-residential buildings. Again, just an idea we threw out there. If y'all don't like it, we don't have to do it. But y'all tasked us at the workshop to come up with ways to have a more attractive, attainable community. So in multifamily, you know, you think about keeping people in their residences. One of the things that fluctuates are utilities. So if you have a multifamily, if you can keep utilities low, that's an option to keep people in their houses.
I think when it comes to this, and I think what I heard, and maybe it's hard to articulate a strategy, but what I hear council saying all the time is, how do we disincentivize tract builders, and how do we incentivize small builders who live here who do quality work? That's
Yeah.
who have to
I mean,
stay
that's
here.
hard. That's a hard one, yeah.
Maybe
I
just
don't know.
tell us that that's the initiative y'all want, and we'll go study it and bring it back later. Maybe that's a simpler way to do it, yeah. We don't have that answer today, right? And so if that's what y'all want us to do, I think if you add an initiative and get rid of some of the initiatives you don't want, we'll go figure that out. We'll just have to bring it back later, because that's a long-term project.
But I'm not sure it's about who's building, it's what you're building.
Well, I think what we associate is tract developers who don't live and stay here and stand by their work. I mean, I get it. I just don't, I don't know these initiatives. I think the concern that I'm hearing from council is we have some concerns with how our existing code is difficult to manage. Adding more restrictions when we haven't gotten a handle on that, I don't know, is how do we?
Look at D. Okay.
I'll let Debbie keep talking.
C, add location limitations for land consumption uses that erode opportunities for designation mixed-use developers.
Destination, fixed use.
Okay.
So if y'all want to have opportunities for mixed-use development, you have to protect some of the land to allow that to happen. So a lot of our land is getting taken up to do certain things, right?
wait, is this like a 660 conversation we're bringing back?
So,
Because is that not what we
Wait,
tried to
what?
do? We tried to save some parcels for
So,
something different,
again, this is to make sure that there's
but now
potential
we're gonna go out.
mixed-use developments. I'm just reading the initiative.
No, we just took it from them and they didn't know it. That's what we did.
So-
Buy the land.
So, Jonathan, you want to add anything to this? I know it's getting late.
Yeah, an example of this is what played out with the I-77 South corridor plan and the resulting code change that requires a special exception for warehouses along I-77 south of the river.
That didn't work.
And that's the approach that, you know, these warehouses, they take up a lot of land. They offer very little in terms of jobs or destination. And that crowds out land and an opportunity for other things and to create a sense of community and have economic growth in terms of jobs and not just shipping of material goods back and forth.
You know, the problem is,
The
the problem
damage
is
is
that one
done.
shoe doesn't fit all, one foot, whatever shoe. So what's good for one district, it may not be good for another district. So, I mean, I'm a little concerned about this one. Go ahead.
Okay, so D, acquire properties in growth pressure areas to dictate development outcomes. Tommy, you want to weigh in on this one?
What was intended by that one?
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah. Is that not telling people what they have to do?
No, I don't think that's what that is at all.
Well, I mean, it
Again, y'all-
says
If y'all
to
think back to the
dictate.
workshop.
I think that word is a little strong.
Okay.
Which one,
It-
acquire or dictate?
Acquire and dictate.
Yes, if it
It
helps.
sounds a little,
If it's helpful, the key word is acquire, so this is really saying the county purchased land to have your York County Industrial Park, so that the county controls who the users are, right? The situation that the city of Rock Hill finds themselves in, where they own what was supposed to be the Panthers practice facility, they get to choose who they sell the property to or who that end user ends up being, so that's a suggestion to do something similar there. It's similar to some of the other initiatives in the economic development goal.
Yeah,
So
but
the intent on this one was industrial park?
right, wouldn't this be?
That's what that
under-
was for?
It could
Yeah.
be multiple things.
Wouldn't that be really under economic development then? I mean, I could see it
well,
for
this
that,
is
but-
It
economic.
says residential communities and destination commercial development, so it's both.
So this is where these two goals really interact, and so planning and economic development need to be working very closely together. And so, in some cases, it might be for economic development, in other cases, it might be for residential growth and growing responsibly, or mixed-use development. It could be a lot of things, but, you know, we have study industrial sites in the economic development goal, and we have this in this goal, and I see the two departments working closely together on both of them.
I don't know, say we build the wall.
So, Deb, are you?
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I still don't like it.
Well, go ahead, Debbie.
Okay, so E, partner with stakeholders to conduct a comprehensive housing assessment to analyze housing affordability and factors impacting affordability and access.
How you gonna do that when the market's determined?
This is really just to understand what we have. And so when I've talked with the COG, when I've talked with the Chamber, and when I've talked with the Real Estate Agents Association, everybody's asking this question: what is our housing inventory? And the problem is, if you wait too long to look at it, there's never going to be anything that's affordable here. And so we've got a ticking time clock to some degree. And so either we work with our regional partners, the COG has offered to pitch this to our next door neighbors in other counties, and we all look at all of our housing and we say, where in this region can somebody live on this salary, right? Let's ask that question. And so, you know,
Ain't no more coming to my area.
And
I
so
don't want
if
nothing.
we don't ask that question and do a study, we'll never know, and it'll be too late. So this is our opportunity, if our regional partners want to do it together, for all of us to look at this together and say, here's where housing is,
Well-
here's where it's not, and should we work together across county lines or not? That's what this one's all about.
I think this one, plays in a role, especially when it comes to, if we bring a large company into the area, based on the salary that we're offering them, is that going to fit into the model we currently can offer?
And so that's what we're hearing. Again, economic development planning work very closely together. What we're hearing from the chamber, if y'all have seen the PowerPoint, I've seen it 3 times, housing, childcare. That's what companies want to know about. Do we have housing? We don't have
Close
a lot
by.
of it. Do we have childcare?
Close by.
I don't know. But
Yeah.
this is going to help us work with our regional partners. So you see a lot of people going to Chester. That's going to keep happening if we don't better understand our housing.
few years back when I first got on council and we brought up, everybody kept saying we needed a housing study, a housing study, a housing study. But at that time, the planning director said that if we got a housing study, if we had a housing study done, that it would show us things we might not want to see, and we would be locked into addressing some of those things. Is that the case?
I think as a council, you would receive a study and you get to decide what you want to do with it. It's just doing research so we're informed as we make decisions. So I think it's just like the Parks Master Plan. You're going to get a Parks Master Plan delivered to you. You don't have to do any of it if you don't want to. It's a recommendation. The housing assessment's even different. It's just looking to see what's going on. There's no, here's what you should do. So I do think if you don't have information, you might not ever consider something. So that there's the potential for that. But I think if we don't do a study, it will be too late to know if there's anything we could have done.
Okay, can I make a motion yet, or do you want to continue on down the line?
Why don't we hear from everybody, and then we'll let people make motions.
Sounds good.
Okay?
Okay. Yeah, so I have, looking through this, the concerns I do have is with C and D. I think the other language in here, and I think E, to me, supports where I feel like we can, from a cohesive standpoint, look at the added value of companies coming in. I think E covers that. I just don't really see the value of C and D, and that would be my thoughts on those. The other thing was, I do have a question, though, is that when, on number A, the form a committee to review and amend urban service boundaries, when you came on, you spoke about a green zone in the county that you were in, where, you know, how we looked at it was the land preservations outside of in a certain region, such as Tommy's area, et cetera. Is this, when you're making a comment such as this, is this where this is in your mind, where that's going?
So y'all have shared often about the growth that's happening around the edges of the municipalities, right? And so we've got to come up with opportunities as a county to consider our role in that, right? And what are options in terms of changing that growth pattern if it's something y'all want to think about. This is one way to consider it. So if y'all take away all our tools, we're not going to have any tools to kind of dig into this and review it and have options. So do we want to come up with ways to consider how we change and use infrastructure or other things to make sure that this growth doesn't sprawl? That's a question. Do we want to do that? This is an option, yeah. So it was a green belt in Athens Park County. Green belt.
We could use it to control municipality growth.
You need to review to see what your options are. You know, so I'm not saying this is the one thing that's going to fix everything, but it's something that we think is a tool that you'll have to review and see if you think it could help. And I think that's where we are with staff. Jonathan, I don't know if you want to share anything on that, but that, if we don't look at that, it is what it is, and it's going to keep happening. So we're just trying to throw stuff out there to say, here's a potential thing to work on that might help with what y'all are trying to achieve.
And I think it's a tool in the tool belt that you need in regards to be able to do something like that. So I agree. I just wanted to ask you the question. Outside of that, the only, and you mentioned out of schools, et cetera. That's it. My only two concerns are C and D on number 2. And I will pass on the baton, or the torch, or the Snickers bar.
Okay. I would do, personally, I would do away with all of 2. I think that's all. I think we're off track with number 2. When you get down to number 3, form a committee to review and amend the urban services boundary. That should be part of each district's comprehensive land use plan. That's when that should be reviewed. The only thing that you could change that would make me comfortable with that would be to form a committee to review and amend the urban services boundary, but somehow define around municipalities. Because there's been talk about extending urban services boundaries out Highway 5 and all kinds of out into the rural areas, and I'm not comfortable with that at all. I'm not comfortable with that between Lake Wiley and Clover, or any of that. I think we're headed down a bad path when we start amending that urban services boundaries, unless you're planning to withdraw it some, which would be great. B, adopt a transfer of development rights program to better protect natural, scenic, and rural areas from growth. What is that? 3B.
So this, again, is something y'all brought up at the workshop. So what do we do to incentivize people to potentially not build on their property in certain ways that y'all don't want to see? This is another tool in our tool belt, potentially encourage that. So whether that's working with, other agencies who are in this line of work, or whether it's us getting involved directly, what is our ability to help encourage people to potentially not develop their site for what they could, but think about other options? Jonathan, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, so you can implement this type of program in a couple of different ways. Probably the easiest example is you would establish some form of development rights bank. And so, say a property in an agricultural area would sell their development rights to the bank. So the bank sells, they pay them for their development rights. And then another property where there would be a designated area that could accept density, where you have your utilities and your infrastructure existing already, they could buy that development right from the bank, so that you keep all of your development in areas that can handle it, rather than it sprawling out into the rural and agricultural areas.
Let me ask you one question.
I'm not finished, Tommy. I think you're competing with what this council has set up as York County Forever and Nation Ford Land Trust and any other land trust that is trying to get conservation easements. So it's like so York County's gonna step in and do trade-offs on something. I'm very opposed to B. I don't even think that's something we should even, I don't think it should even be a consideration for York County.
We're already doing it. Why is it not a consideration?
How are we? We're not
York
doing
County
that.
Forever? We're using the state, what's the state bank?
No, did you hear the other half of what he said, the second half of what he said?
You talking
What?
about Nation for Land Trust?
I think we do have I think we do need to continue to partner with these groups to identify
That's
that.
not what he said.
I'm saying I think that we should use those groups, and the county, York County Forever is a county
I'm not saying get
board.
rid of York County Forever. I'm saying keep York County Forever and work with the land trust. Not for York County to adopt a transfer of development rights program. We don't need a program for transfer of development rights.
Maybe we could
I don't know.
modify it to partner with Nation for Land Trust in order to.
Well, and then it's pretty similar to what's in that goal.
I think we can, I think we can change, I think we can tweak that one to continue to do more of these things
Yeah.
that I
Yeah.
think we need to
Maybe
do.
just partner or adopt, or partner with.
Tell me this. Since we spend so much time,
This one's the hardest one, I think.
none of this is written in stone, right? We can discuss this as we go along or whatever, can't we?
The goal is for y'all to adopt the strategic plan at some point, and hopefully tonight.
Right,
We're
but
getting
what I'm
close.
getting at is though, we can tweak and do away with even though we adopt it, right?
You could, I wouldn't want you to begin there when you just adopt it.
Well, I mean, I ain't wanting to go full-blown Nancy Pelosi, but I mean, I'm just saying,
If y'all
Okay.
don't want us to do something, you should just tell us that. That's where
All
we're
right.
at tonight.
I think you're getting told some of that. All right, are you done, Allison?
Let's see, was there another page on this? No, I'm done.
You're done. Watts? Mr. Huckabee?
Nah, I'm good, thank you. Good.
All right, here's what I'm gonna say, and I wasn't gonna get into this one, but, I do have some concerns on this one. Some of these are wording. Strategies, number one, provide, I think one of the most important things is to provide clear and consistent responsive services to residents and stakeholders. And I would ask that we amend that to include those, because I think it's important that we make sure.
Second.
Motion and second, any discussion?
Call for that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all right.
You just added the residents to that, right? Is that what you did?
To provide clear and consistent and responsive services to residents and stakeholders. I think under this, one of the biggest things that I didn't see in here, but maybe that's what these staff reports are designed to do, is to simplify and make things user-friendly and to become more solution-oriented. I think that's what these reports are going to do, because they're going to identify where we have issues. So I would like to amend number 1 simply to add make a motion to amend that the goal be to simplify and make our code user-friendly and to approach planning issues with solutions in mind.
Second.
Is that under number 1? Is that
Is
number
that a new
1?
initiative, or?
Like the main bold thing?
I think it's a strategy under, what we're trying to do is be responsive to the stakeholders. And I think that's one of the things that we do.
You just updated that strategy a second ago, so are you adding an initiative under
I
that strategy?
updated, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Under there.
Okay. If you could just reread that so we
didn't
can
re-
capture it.
Are you doing one, are you rewording 1E?
No, I'm
Have
adding,
you read 1E?
I'm in 1. I was adding something to basically capture what I understood we're having trouble with it in that particular area, is we haven't put in here to simplify the code, create it more user-friendly, and identify problems with solutions in mind. This gets back to communication, but I think it is directly related to those. Is that too complicated?
Trish, did you have any questions about that? I'm writing it down too, but
I wrote it down just to clarify, so you're just making an F under 1? Okay, then yes, I got that.
Did you get a second?
Yes. No,
Second.
I'm asking y'all.
Yeah.
Call the vote.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. All right. I would amend 2D to just state that we want to identify the best locations for industrial parks and explore investment related to that.
But I thought we had that addressed that on economic development.
and I
We
think
did, but we had problems with acquiring property.
Yeah, I think that's, I would recommend just removing that.
yeah, we'll handle that.
We
in
got it
economic
covered in that
development. We will.
Yeah, let's just nix that one.
Okay.
And maybe
CND?
if we go back to economic development, I know we've already.
Well, let
been
me
there.
ask, where is council on 2?
I'd get rid of
I would
all of two.
recommend,
Well,
I
I
would
hear you on
recommend
that.
removing B, C, and D.
Second.
You gonna keep A and E?
I think it needs to be reworded. A.
Let's go.
But do we got a second on that.
What do you want to accomplish from rewording A?
The waiver opportunity
The
part.
waiver, yeah, that waiver opportunities, possibly
And then the incentive
adding the word
leads
attainable
or did
housing.
certifications.
Yeah, attainable, affordable workforce. That makes sense. That's what's up in the header.
Yeah. I think wavering is really the modification of
Well, it's not the header.
the code requirements to make it a more affordable house. That's the way I would interpret
No, you can't define that. You
Well, I
can't
think,
define
I
more
think
affordable.
I don't know for sure, I'm trying to interpret this like y'all are, but you're trying to remove some of the barriers that are driving the cost up for certain buildings. So if you're looking for affordable, attainable workforce housing, you might have to go revisit some of the barriers. And I see that as what you're saying here. Is that not the case?
Yeah, but just to bring y'all back, I think there's a motion and a second to get rid of 3 of them, so you might want
Yeah.
to deal with that before.
Yeah,
you go
let's
on
deal
this.
with that first.
Just.
The motion is second for B, C, and D. You second.
Oh, yeah, the second. To remove it.
Madam Chair.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're now left with A and B now under those,
I think it's A and E is what's left.
but it's
A and E.
going to be A and B.
Sure.
Yeah, AD, yeah. All right.
Wait, which ones did we get?
B, C, D.
All right. Let's move
So I
on.
think y'all were discussing how to change A, the language, so that, I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
you finish the motion first.
Well,
I would like to make a motion under 3 that we amend 3B to say, I'm sorry, strike that. Amend 3C to say, evaluate evaluate the adequate public facilities program as well as other programs, including development agreements and the impact fees. Those all falling together. My concern is that we have some schools that are going to see this and not understand that. I think the idea is that we want to explore the ways to make sure that growth is paying for growth and that infrastructure is keeping up with the need. And I don't think that that's,
And I
but I don't
think we
think
need-
that's
Put that in your motion,
exclusive.
explore ways for growth to pay for growth. That says it all.
Right.
And we
And
need to add.
don't list anything.
Don't list anything because we've left out like fire service and stuff.
No
like
kidding.
that.
I agree with you, Allison.
All right, so the motion then is to amend it to,
Say growth pays for growth.
Growth pays for growth.
Mhm.
but I think we should identify some of them.
Well, they'll
Are we not, I
identify it.
mean,
Well,
we-
staff's gonna
that's
identify that
too-
for us.
not- Well, they did, and we're sitting here saying,
Well, it's
I'm going to
limited.
make my motion, y'all can decide if you like it or not. And then y'all can make a different motion. I move to amend 3C to read, evaluate tools to allow growth to pay for growth to include adequate public facilities, development agreements, and impact fees.
Second.
Motion and a second. Does that get it? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
No. Is there anything else we missed?
Nothing.
On this page you're talking about?
Yeah, are we done?
Oh, yeah, no. So, 3B, I just think we should take 3B off because we're already working with York County Forever and Nation Ford Land Trust. So I think we should eliminate, adopt a transfer of development rights program to better protect natural, scenic, and rural areas from growth. That's something that we're already doing.
All right, I don't support that one. I think we should
A
expand
second.
on it.
What's that?
You second what?
Oh, I thought you just did a motion.
Allison did a motion. I said I don't support it.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Do we need some
I
coffee?
think Jonathan needs to repeat again what he said earlier about what, define it.
No, I want to change it to what we want it to be.
Okay.
I think it should be revisited to say, continue to partner with York County Forever, our state preservation bank, and Nation for Land Trust, and our other local entities to explore preservation and development rights.
Not development rights.
Yeah, York County Forever already does that.
No, they do not. That is not what they're doing. Not what they're doing.
That is what they do.
Why wouldn't you just say?
Let's
to
limit
better
it to
protect?
preservation initiatives.
So in the last goal after this, Premier Parks, we'll be talking a little bit about this too. So you might find some initiatives that cover that in Premier Parks if we're going to change it to that.
So you could just say, continue partnerships with conservation agencies to support.
For me.
Continue to partner with conservation agencies and York County Forever in support of conservation.
I agree. Preservation. Conservation and preservation. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but once we get to parks, y'all might see some of that language too. So
All right.
you might not need to.
But I think this is a growth management tool.
Okay. Yep, it
That's
is.
interesting.
All right, well, we'll add it here. Trish, you got it?
Is that it?
So just to clarify, 3B,
So I don't think they voted on it yet, but I think they're trying to figure out what the motion's going to be, but yeah. Do we have the language though, to make sure we got it?
so the last part I got was continue to partner with conservation groups, is that correct?
Agencies.
Agencies.
And York County Forever.
State infrastructure, state preservation bank.
That's conservation agency.
Yeah,
In
but I want
support of conservation and preservation.
initiatives.
Land conservation and preservation.
Let Tom do it.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Motion.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, carries. Are we done with that one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
All right.
we're done.
All right,
We still got
last
one more.
guys.
Last one.
Here we go.
So,
Premier Parks.
Y'all, just want to make sure, though, you didn't go back and change any language related to.
Don't start any trouble.
Okay,
I'm just kidding. What?
to 2A. Y'all started 2A, but you didn't finish, so that, I'm just,
Tell me again. We left 2A and 2.
yeah, y'all didn't go back to it, I'm just bringing that
I
up.
think for 2A, the question was the waiver opportunity.
Yeah,
I just need to be on record that I do not support anything under number 2.
but I think some of y'all were coming up with new
We're trying to
language.
get
You
consensus
just never
here.
put a motion out there, so I just want to make clear that we don't have a motion to change it, so if y'all want to talk through that, you were getting close to making a motion, so just want to make that clear.
We-
Did we address the issues?
Yeah, we removed the.
What is the issue we didn't address, Allison?
We didn't address A at all, adopt countywide residential architectural standards with waiver opportunities
Oh, what?
for workforce and affordable housing.
Okay, I'm asleep. No, I don't. want-
Well, how would you word that?
I'd take it out. I don't know how to word it.
All right,
I don't know how to
well,
word
you
it
gotta do
for
better than
what-
that. Mr. Huckabee? Somebody, come on,
Adopt
we're getting close.
Countywide standards.
Is that for a whole
Why don't we
neighborhood
just
or
remove
individual?
waiver?
Do you just want to, yes, remove waiver, and
Yeah.
then where it said affordable, make that attainable housing to match
Yeah,
the goal?
Yeah.
There you go. That's it.
Maybe say explore these things so that we can look at
And
it.
just do that.
The suggestion might be just to refer to it as workforce, affordable, attainable, kind of 3 descriptive words, and we'll settle on something later.
There is no
Because
later.
So there you go. I mean, let's do that. Adopt state countywide residential architecture.
Explore the
standard.
adoption of countywide residential architectural
Explore?
standards. Is that all we have? What'd you say?
Explore the adoption of countywide residential architectural standards for workforce attainable housing.
Yeah.
Attainable, affordable housing.
Okay.
I think you got to
So
say
workforce
workforce
attainable, affordable
Workforce
housing.
attainable
Workforce
housing opportunities. You got to get the word opportunity back
housing
in there.
opportunities.
So, y'all, just to make sure, so I think that's kind of actually changing a lot. So,
Yep.
do y'all want us to have standards and then look at potentially different standards for attainable housing? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, see,
Or-
that's, yeah, I agree
I
with
think
you.
you almost have to explore that to know.
Yeah, but I don't
what
think we need
options
to-
you have.
Well, how much above?
How is
what
it
the
changing it
state
that much, Josh? I
standard
need to
did we-
understand that.
So.
I mean, we're
so-
exploring
So
them
the
because we
idea
don't know.
was to create residential architectural standards and then look at how those might not necessarily apply to all housing if you want to have attainable housing. So one of the things is y'all wanted a certain standard of housing, but then does that limit our ability to have attainable housing?
I don't-
So,
We already have something in our code. I actually been reading our zoning code, believe it or not. And in there's an allowance to increase density if you have an affordable housing component to it. So we actually do already have, I didn't even know it was in our code, but it's in there. I think the concern I'm having with this, and I think the struggle that I hear council saying is, we don't know, these are very specific initiatives. And I don't know,
yeah, so maybe it's explore the potential for countywide residential architectural standards that don't, that limit impact on attainable housing. I'm trying to figure out what the go-do is.
Yeah.
I think it's identify the hurdles to attainable and workforce housing.
Okay, that could be it. I don't know, what do you think, John?
Second.
Yeah, I do think you're talking about 2 separate things, because one is the architectural standards, where we talked about applying those countywide, potentially to the tract developments, and then that's separate and distinct from evaluating what is affecting housing. As I heard the readout of the motion on the table, it would be to apply architectural standards exclusively to affordable housing projects, and I don't think that's what you intended.
I think that's what we're fundamentally having some concern about, is that these seem to be the specific initiatives, and we aren't there yet. So we're approving a study to identify what the need is, or to work cooperatively with folks to identify what the workforce all of the wording needs to say workforce and attainable housing, period. That's what I've already heard council say.
Sure.
But I do think we need to identify the hurdles to attainable and workforce housing.
I think that's good. That's
Well,
clarity for us.
I think we got to start there and
Okay,
then figure
well,
out.
yeah, I'm good.
Josh,
I'm good.
Okay.
All right, I second that.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Go ahead, Tommy. We can make it, we can change it if you need it. What you
well,
need?
I was just wanting to ask, I mean, how far beyond the state minimum requirements are we?
So, you know, we
Yeah,
can get
Jonathan?
into that tonight
No,
if
we're
you
in,
want. but-
we're compliant with building
Yeah,
codes.
We are.
Yeah.
We
Yeah, but I'm
follow the
saying,
national
no, you know,
building
the
code.
state has a minimum, and if we talking about reducing it, how
We're not
far
talking
out
about,
there are we above it already?
All right.
Help me understand that, because I want everybody to feel comfortable. What are you saying?
The state has a minimum building code. How much above is York County already above that minimum?
yeah.
How
Jonathan's
much
right
are we
there.
already
think that's
stressing
something you need to
people
look at.
above the minimum?
I think that's part of the hurdles.
Yeah, go ahead, Jonathan, if you want.
So there's nothing in this goal about building code because we have exactly what the state has and nothing above and nothing, you certainly can't have anything below. When this initiative is referencing architectural standards, that means what does the building look like, not how is it built and is it up to building code?
Oh, I ain't worried about no architecture. I think people ought to be able to live in whatever they want.
But the question is, did y'all vote on that, on getting rid of
We-
2A
Yeah, we
and
voted
adding?
on it.
Yeah, we.
Go ahead and go.
Okay, you did, okay, so we're good?
Yeah.
Okay, so I
All
make sure.
right.
Yeah. State standard.
Premier Parks, here we go.
Anything else? All right, parks. Premier Parks,
And she called for the vote, she did.
But you paused it.
what are you
so-
talking about? We currently have a motion.
No,
and
no,
it's- Motion and a second, and we unanimously approved
Yeah.
changing A to say, identify hurdles to attainable and workforce housing.
Yep.
That's all right. I've missed a lot tonight too, Karen. One more goal, y'all.
Yeah.
Premier-
Thank you
Premier
for the
Parks.
coffee. It's delicious.
Premier Parks, long goal, develop and offer premier parks, recreation opportunities that enhance residents' quality of life by providing a variety of safe, unique, and highly desired recreational opportunities while also, experiences, I'm looking at my notes, while also protecting the county's natural assets and heritage. Who wants to start?
Let's all agree, to just leave it alone and go into executive session.
Okay, I'm good with that one.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything. with this.
Why do we need a Parks and Rec Advisory Board? What is that?
Another layer of
Identify that one.
One
Where
more
is it?
layer.
Which one?
Yeah,
3D.
because people have ideas. All through the strategic plan, we talk about getting the community involved. There you go. There's one of the ways to do it.
We've done it already. We're on round 2 of
We have a
Advisory
committee.
Board.
We have a committee.
Yeah, we have the committee.
Should we just,
No. What do you mean we have a committee?
we have a council committee that's,
And we have
Over
to hear
parks.
from
I don't
our
think that's plenty.
consultants.
Yeah, I would say, I wouldn't, yeah, I agree with you on that one. I don't think that's necessary.
So I'm gonna make a motion to remove 3D, establish a Parks
I
and
second that
Recreation.
motion.
motion and second. All in favor?
Aye. Yeah.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
And then the rest of it, I think we've got to hear from our consultant that we're paying a lot of money to.
All right, I don't have anything.
I don't have anything else to add on this one.
I mean,
No,
I'm serious
done.
about that.
Well,
I
that
don't
is
even-
what-
I
that is
don't
what
even
we're-
understand how we can do this until we hear from him. We had to have this consultant, and we need to hear from him.
Well, I think that is down in here. We have the
That's what
consultant.
4 says.
That's down in 4.
Yeah.
And all of
Well,
these
we-
things are simply to develop it once those things have, once that report has gotten back.
This
I mean,
is-
that's the
this is
first
queued
step.
up.
Another-
to
wait,
be
wait, there's
informed.
another problem here. That's what you were talking about a minute ago. 2B, proactively engage and educate large property owners on options to protect their land for future generations. That should not be the role of council. You're not qualified to do that. I'm sorry. You're just not. If, I don't know who you're gonna have to go out and talk to people, but I'm gonna tell you that you got one shot. I'm gonna say exactly what I said in the meeting that obviously wasn't heard. All this other little stuff was heard. But you've got one chance to go out, knock on a person's door and talk to them about their land.
But I think you're missing the point there, Allison. Just because the county has to be the initiating organization for York County Forever.
I agree.
It doesn't mean that we're doing it independent of them. It just
Yeah.
means we want to focus on that through our existing,
Right.
or through our existing organizations.
We're not doing the work.
Right,
on
we're
our
not
staff.
actually doing the door knocking.
So the people that are on the York County Forever Board are gonna do that?
Yes.
I think
And you think they're
that,
gonna be successful
in
at that?
connection with the other entities that we
I
work
think you
with.
get qualified people to go out and do it, whoever they are. Probably
The county
not
needs to be
farmers.
involved in that,
They probably want farmers doing it if they agree with.
but I don't
what
think,
your
none of us are gonna be
objective is.
walking out there knocking on the doors.
When are we gonna hear from the consultant?
So
It's been
I'm
a
glad
long
you,
time.
I'm glad you asked that. That is a question I can answer. Our goal, and we just found out that they have time in October and November during the workshops. So again, like I said, we're carving out time in the workshops in the future for strategic plan conversations. So they're going to present their benchmarking findings in October at the workshop, and then in November, they're going to present the plan. So we'll have it in November. Yep.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. All righty,
Okay.
there we go.
We're done.
Any other comments?
Nope.
All right, so we're back to the main motion. We made a lot of changes, we worked very hard.
Nice job, everyone.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hallelujah, unanimous. Thank you. All right,
Nice job.
motion passes unanimously. Where are we?
Economic
Let's go back.
Economic.
Committee and other reports. Economic Development Committee meeting, Chairman Tom Audette.
Yes, present on July 23rd was Councilman Love, or Councilwoman Love and Councilman Huckabee. We talked about small business initiatives, talked about strategy around housing for businesses, and I think just the opportunity we had with a possibility of partnering with the COG and SBDC, Chamber of Commerce, et cetera. And that was pretty much it.
All right, Planning and Zoning Committee, Chairwoman Debbie Cloninger.
Okay, we met August the 20th, and present myself, Councilmember Love, and Councilmember Roddy, along with various staff. Our first point was discussion regarding self-storage facility location. And during that discussion, the staff recommended eliminating the uses in RC, GC, and UD. So a motion was made by Councilmember Love and seconded by Councilmember Roddy to recommend eliminating self-storage facilities in those three areas. However, they would still having to meet conditional uses in other zoning codes. So that motion carried. We then discussed discussion regarding two principal dwellings on AGC lots. The motion was made by Councilmember Love and seconded by Council Roddy to recommend amending the language to propose, as proposed by staff, and clarify that there would be a minimum of 10 acres for two dwellings. And that motion carried. Then we had a discussion regarding lot area measurement. And so we had a motion made by Councilmember Love and seconded by Councilmember Roddy to recommend staff recommendations of lot measurements, administrative adjustments, and research a comprehensive ordinance related to accessory structures. And that motion carried. And then our next and final discussion was home occupation flexibility. That was a lengthy discussion, and there would be more items that potentially could be brought up from other counties, but we needed some clarification. And I discussed with our chair to see if there was some items that potentially we could discuss as a committee. But at this time, we're still in an information gathering situation. So with that in mind, we will be, some other items that were referred was major minor subdivision distinction and egress movements in TIAs. We will be having a meeting coming up within the 1 month. We'll be getting that together to talk about and get some clarification on these items.
David, what were the two initiatives that you wanted to recommend to add to the next meeting? Tell me again.
The major minor subdivision distinction and egress movements on TIAs.
Madam Chair, considering it's 9:54 and we still have executive session, can we postpone discussion on this matter coming out of committee to September 16th?
What
Well, this is just a report.
Well,
Right.
Well, if we have any discussion, which I have some questions. I've listened to the 2-hour meeting, and I don't want to do it tonight. Lord have mercy.
It's not up for discussion.
well, I'll be right quick. I was at the meeting, which I don't want to make nobody mad or nothing, but not one dang thing us as a council sent come out to be the way we sent it. I mean, we went from a 200-foot setback on storage buildings to now they ain't allowed but in 2. On my ag thing, I've seen it plainly, you can go look and see whenever I made the motion, I wanted it reverted back to the old way. There was a reason that was like that. Farmers and country folks that own a bunch of land ain't gonna give a child a bunch of land to risk a divorce and lose property. That's one reason why we need to go back the other way. Nothing come out of committee that we actually as council sent to the committee in our intention. Now, I don't know what happened there, but it was troubling to me. And Carolyn sit there, and I got a whole dang paper I could read here, but it's getting late.
So do we have a motion then, Tom?
Well, I think that it needs to come back to council because undoubtedly the direction wasn't followed of what we wanted. Everything, it went to nothing.
Can we postpone that discussion until September 16th, our next meeting?
Well, I think the request is, Mr. Kendry, what is this? Like, refer this, they've reported something out of committee. Let's just take all the topics and put it on as a discussion item at the next.
At the next council.
At the next
meeting,
council.
Much like
Yep.
you did just now, the comprehensive plan.
Well, I mean, am I wrong?
I don't think.
I mean, that is not the direction when we moved this stuff. It changed total pace.
I think it would be helpful for all the council to get up to speed on that, and then we can have a discussion on it about where to move forward on that. So do we need a motion, or is it fine just do I direct it there?
You could do either one. You could direct the manager
All
to have
right,
that.
we'll direct all the topics to be added as a discussion item, all the topics.
Yeah.
as a
Everything that
discussion
was on that
item.
agenda?
Yeah, we'll discuss it at the
Why don't
council
we need a
meeting.
committee? We don't even need a committee anymore then. We don't need that committee anymore. If you're just gonna, everybody's gonna argue with it.
Am I just the only one? We have 4 here that want to hear that and update it. So the option
But
is,
they don't even know what all was on the agenda probably. I mean, does everybody even
yeah,
know
I
what
think
was on the
I
agenda?
think some of them do. I think this gives an opportunity for council to look at it, and
I mean, I'm just asking because this is totally out of how we would normally handle something like this. I mean,
But
we've
you
got one-
understand what I'm
I
saying?
understand, but you're out of line. I'm saying that
I'm
we
not out of
sat in
line.
that, yeah, you are. We sat in that meeting and we talked about, there's one thing that's coming back to us as a committee with all, like the home-based stuff. So you want to bring that back to council
Yeah.
instead of us looking at that again?
I think we're adding this as a discussion item for the whole council to make sure we're moving in the right direction that's going to be supported. But I do think that everybody who hasn't had an opportunity, there's some materials that were provided to get educated. I think that's,
Agreed. Agreed.
I think we got a 4-3 already. I think that's how everything.
Well, I mean, what I'm getting at is we sent the storage
I'm going to
building
give my
facility.
update. I'm ready. Finance and Operations Committee met tonight at 5:40, and present were Representative Atkins and Audette, and we considered applications for service for the Bethesda Fire Tax District. You made the recommendation for Melissa Scoggins for a second term, and the recommendation for Richard Roach for a second term. For the York County Forever Commission, we made the recommendation for the appointment of Teresa Steele for a first term. For the Catawba Mental Health Board, we made the recommendation for the consideration for the reappointment of Cherie Barton for a second term, and the recommendation for a consideration for the reappointment of George Fewer for a second term. And the Employee Grievance Committee, we made the recommendation for the appointment of Janet Clausen for a first term, and the recommendation for Heather Savikas, I think, for a second term. And we got a finance update, and we do know that we've experienced the vacancies with the Sheriff's Department, and the, some departments at the county have increased a bit. That's for the month of June. And we approved the minutes for the August 7th Finance and Operations Committee meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. We do not have any citizen concerns. Do we have any council member new non-agenda comments?
Nope.
Hearing.
I have one right quick. So I think it would be important for staff, I'm sorry, I apologize. I mean, Lord, it's only 10 o'clock. So we've had the Spay or Neuter Coalition here at a lot of meetings. I think it might be good just for you to take a second and explain what's going on with the vet that's out on maternity leave, and you've been trying to, whatever you can say, I don't want to say too much. I don't know what you can say, but I think the public needs to know that this is important, and you're working overtime to find a replacement, and there's a shortage of vets and all that stuff, if you don't mind.
We have a full-time vet and a part-time vet right now. The full-time vet is out on FMLA.
I can't hear you.
The full-time vet is out on FMLA. The part-time vet is working very hard, and we are trying to get caught up on all the spaying and neutering, specifically to get back in the trap and release program. We're making headways towards that. We are aggressively trying to hire another part-time vet and full-time vet. It's a very competitive market right now, but we're working very hard to accomplish that, and I think we're going to be successful. I'm trying to walk through animal control once a week. They've got a lot going on over there. It is an area, you know, it serves our citizens, and one thing I remind all y'all, when I walk through there, I always notice the amount of volunteers, our citizens that are working in that facility. And so this is not just a few people that show up at these meetings that are worried about this. There's a large group of citizens that are actively involved in this, and we are working very hard to address the needs we have in that department right now. That address you, Mr. Chuckley?
Thank you, yes.
Thanks.
Chrissy, I wanted to announce that the 2024 York County Fall Livestock Show will be this coming weekend, September 6th and 7th, on Friday and Saturday. The dairy goat shows will be Friday at 5 p.m. Dairy cattle show will be at 6. Horses Saturday morning at 9:30. Meat goats Saturday morning at 10. Poultry at 10. And Superior Showman will be at 3 o'clock. And I urge everybody up here and everybody in public to come and support the 4-H and FFA group. This
All right,
coming
anyone else?
Friday and Saturday.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion for executive session?
Yes, we do. We have a few items here. Receive legal advice, request to authorize combination regarding project S50 Celanese River, Red River Road, widening Phase 2, Project 17228-003, track number 46973. The next one is receipt of legal advice, request to authorize combination regarding projects S49 Sutton Road and S100 Harris Road, Project 17228-010, track number 123456. Receipt of legal advice, legal litigation update, contractual matter, in receipt of legal advice, interstate construction contracts, and then the last one is contractual matters, MOU with the city of Rock Hill.
Yeah.
Do we have a second? Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. We are going into executive session.
All righty.
We are out of executive session. No action was taken. Do we have any motions?
Yes, we do. We have three. Motion to authorize combination of track 469 and 73 for project S50 Cell River, Red River Road widening Phase 2 project number 17228-003 as discussed in the executive session.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
The second one is motion to authorize combination for track 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for project S49 Sutton Road, S100 Harris Road project number 17228-010 as discussed in executive session.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Motion to authorize execution of life science MOU with the City of Rock Hill.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, motion to adjourn.
Second, all in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.